Looking back now, I can see all the tiny threads that stitched together that terrible week. I was younger then, mid-20s, and full of that particular brand of confidence you only get before the world properly kicks you in the teeth. Fresh out of a job that felt more like a slow suffocation, I'd packed up my old Jeep and headed for the mountains. My plan was simple: get lost, clear my head, and maybe find some new direction. I figured a solo trek into the backcountry, staying in one of the remote huts, was just what I needed. Isolation, fresh air, no distractions. I'd hiked this region of the Cascades plenty of times, always with friends, never alone for more than a day. The Timberline Trail was my goal, a well-trodden loop, but with plenty of spurs leading to lesser-known spots. That's how I found myself looking at the map for the old Blackwood hut. It wasn't on the main trail, required a decent bushwhack off a forgotten logging road, and had a reputation for being pretty rustic, even by backcountry standards. Perfect, I thought. No crowds. I spent a day getting supplies in town, freeze-dried meals, a new water filter, extra batteries for my headlamp, a hefty first aid kit. I triple-checked my gear, weighed my pack, and charted my route. My cell service vanished about 20 miles out of town, which felt less unnerving then and more like a sign of true escape. The logging road was a mess of potholes and fallen branches, but the old Jeep rumbled through it like a champ. I parked near the trailhead marker, just a faded wooden sign tacked to a fir tree, and shouldered my pack. The first few miles were easy, familiar terrain. The air was crisp, scented with pine and damp earth. Sunlight dappled through the towering trees, and the only sounds were my own boots crunching on the trail and the occasional chirping of a bird. It was exactly what I'd wanted: peace. That feeling lasted until late afternoon when the trail started to vanish, forcing me to rely on my compass and a vague sense of direction. I realized then that I'd made my first mistake. I'd underestimated how overgrown the spur to Blackwood Hut had become. I followed this trail a decade ago, but time and maybe a few severe winter storms had erased much of it. Instead of a clear path, I was pushing through dense undergrowth, scrambling over fallen logs, and constantly consulting my map. The sun was already dipping below the ridge when I finally spotted the hut through a clearing in the trees. It was smaller than I remembered, a single-room log structure with a perpetually sagging porch. A thin wisp of smoke curled lazily from the chimney, which struck me as odd. I hadn't seen another soul all day, and Blackwood wasn't exactly a popular spot. Still, it wasn't impossible that someone else had beaten me there. A little disappointed about not having the place to myself, I pushed aside the heavy wooden door, expecting to see another hiker. The hut was empty. My eyes swept the small room: a rough-hewn table, two rickety bunks, a small wood stove, and a shelf with a few dented cooking pots. No gear, no sleeping bag, no backpack. Nobody. The smoke must have been my imagination, or perhaps a trick of the light and the cool evening air. I took a deep breath, the smell of old pine and a faint, almost metallic odor filling my lungs. Then I noticed it. On the small table, next to a half-burnt candle, lay an open logbook. It wasn't the usual, weather-beaten one I remembered. This one looked relatively new, with a thick leather cover. And just as I stepped fully inside, the door, which I'd left slightly ajar, swung slowly shut behind me with a soft, deliberate thud. The soft thud of the door reverberated through the small hut, a sound far too definitive for a simple draft. I froze, every nerve in my body suddenly screaming in alert. My breath caught in my throat, a cold knot tightening in my stomach. The silence that followed was heavy, pressing down on me. I stood there for a long moment, listening, my eyes darting around the small, shadowed space. Nothing. Only the faint, almost metallic scent that seemed to cling to the air, now more noticeable in the stillness. It was like old blood, or rust, or something I couldn't quite place, but it prickled at the back of my nose. Slowly, carefully, I turned back to the door. It was a thick slab of pine, roughly hewn, and it now sat flush in its frame. There was no latch on the outside, only a heavy wooden bar that could be dropped into place from the inside. It hadn't been secured. I reached out a tentative hand, my fingers brushing against the rough wood. It felt solid, unyielding. I pushed gently at first, then harder. The door didn't budge. It was stuck. Not locked exactly, but jammed. A shiver traced its way down my spine. The old hut had a mind of its own, it seemed. Or perhaps something else was at play. I yanked harder, putting my shoulder into it, but it remained stubbornly shut. A cold dread began to seep into my bones, replacing the initial annoyance. This wasn't just a rustic hut, it felt unwelcoming. The idea of being trapped in this isolated place miles from anywhere sent a spike of panic through me. I took a deep, shuddering breath, forcing myself to calm down. It's an old building, I reasoned. Wood swells, it settles. It's probably just stuck. I tried again, pulling and pushing in a rhythmic motion, hoping to dislodge it. Nothing. The door held fast. Frustration mingled with a rising sense of unease. I gave up on the door for a moment, deciding to address the other oddity, the logbook. It lay open on the table, an anachronism in this otherwise ancient space. Its leather cover gleamed faintly in the dim light filtering through the small, grimy window panes. My gaze moved to the half-burnt candle beside it. The wick was black, the wax hardened, but its presence suggested it had been used recently. Someone had been here. But where were they, and why leave behind a new logbook and a lit candle, only to vanish? I walked towards the table, my boots making soft, scuffing sounds on the dirt floor. The metallic smell seemed strongest here. Leaning over the table, I peered at the logbook. The first few pages were blank, crisp and white, save for a single entry written in elegant, looping cursive. It was a date, followed by a name, October 12th, Elara Thorne. No other details, no message, no typical hiker's notes about weather or trail conditions. Just a name and a date, barely a week ago. My brow furrowed. That was strange. Hikers usually wrote a lot more. They documented their journey, left warnings about difficult sections of trail, shared their experiences. This was too brief, too sterile. I flipped forward a few pages. Nothing. The rest of the book was pristine. It was as if Elara Thorne had opened the book, written her name, and then simply ceased to exist. My eyes scanned the hut again, searching for any other signs of her. There were none. No discarded wrapper, no spare sock, no forgotten piece of gear. The place was utterly devoid of personal effects. A knot tightened in my stomach. This wasn't just odd, it was deeply unsettling. The faint wisp of smoke I thought I'd seen earlier, the closed door, the metallic smell, and now this cryptic entry. It felt like pieces of a puzzle that didn't fit, creating a picture of something profoundly wrong. I pulled out my headlamp and strapped it on, switching it to a low beam. The beam cut through the encroaching gloom, highlighting the dust motes dancing in the air. I systematically began to search the small hut. I checked under the two rickety bunks, nothing but cobwebs and dried leaves that had blown in over the years. I ran my hand along the rough planks of the walls, looking for hidden compartments or even just a scrap of paper. Nothing. The small wood stove was cold to the touch, no embers, no ash. That ruled out the recent smoke. The shelf above the stove held a few dented pots, rusted and coated in a fine layer of dust, clearly unused for years. I lifted them, checking underneath. Still nothing. The hut was as empty as it had appeared at first glance, save for the logbook and the candle. So if Elara Thorne had been here just a week ago, where were her belongings? Did she just leave them outside? But why? And why would someone carry a brand new, expensive-looking logbook all the way out here, only to write a single entry and then disappear without a trace? I tried to rationalize it. Maybe she was a minimalist, carried everything with her. Maybe she just wrote her name and went out to gather firewood, but then got lost. But the lack of anything, not even a footprint outside the door, gnawed at me. And that metallic smell, it was still there, subtle but persistent, like a whisper against my senses. I went back to the door, determined to get it open. I gave it a hard shove with my shoulder, grunting with effort. The old wood groaned, a deep, mournful sound, but the door remained sealed. I tried rocking it, jiggling the handle. It wouldn't budge. I was definitely trapped. Panic flared again, sharper this time. I was miles from anyone, my cell phone was useless, and now the only way out of this increasingly creepy hut was jammed shut. My heart hammered against my ribs. I forced myself to breathe slowly, in through my nose, out through my mouth. Panic wouldn't help. I needed to think. What was blocking it? There was no visible lock, no bar from the outside. I knelt down, peering at the bottom of the door, then at the frame. It looked perfectly aligned, but something was preventing it from opening. I took my multi-tool from my pack, extending a small, flat pry bar. I wedged it into the minuscule gap between the door and the frame and applied pressure. The wood creaked. A splint of old paint flaked off, but the door remained stubbornly shut. It was as if the very hut itself was resisting. My mind raced, trying to find an explanation, any explanation that didn't involve something malevolent. A rogue root growing under the threshold. Unlikely. A fallen tree branch wedged against it from the outside. Also unlikely. I hadn't seen anything when I approached. The truth was, I had no explanation, and the lack of one only amplified the growing sense of dread. With a sigh of frustration, I gave up on the door for the time being. I'd try again in the morning, with more light and perhaps a clearer head. For now, I had to accept I was spending the night inside this hut, whether I wanted to or not. I needed to make the best of it. I unshouldered my pack, letting it thud softly onto the dirt floor near one of the bunks. I pulled out my sleeping bag, shaking it out, and laid it on the rough wooden slats of the lower bunk. The mattress underneath was thin, lumpy, and smelled faintly of mildew and old dust. I'd sleep in my clothes, as was often the case in backcountry huts, but I added an extra layer for warmth. Even though it was early autumn, the nights in the Cascades could drop significantly. As I began to unpack my freeze-dried dinner, the last vestiges of daylight began to fade, casting long, shifting shadows across the hut. The atmosphere inside grew heavier, the metallic smell more pronounced. It was a smell I now associated with this place, an identity. I tried to ignore it, focusing on the simple task of boiling water for my meal. My small backpacking stove hissed to life, its blue flame providing a welcome point of light in the deepening gloom. While the water heated, I sat on the edge of the bunk, the logbook still open on the table, its single, elegant entry staring back at me. Ilara Thorne, who was she? What happened to her? I picked up the logbook, running my thumb over the smooth, dark leather. It felt expensive, out of place. It wasn't the sort of thing a casual hiker would carry into the backcountry. It felt ceremonial. I glanced at the small, grimy window. Darkness was pressing in against the panes, turning the wilderness outside into an impenetrable blackness. The peace I had so desperately sought that morning now felt like a cruel joke. The isolation was no longer a comfort, it was a cage. Every creak of the old wood, every rustle of leaves outside, sounded amplified in the silence, making me jump. My imagination, usually a source of comfort and creativity, was now my enemy, painting vivid pictures of unseen eyes watching me from the shadows. My water finally boiled. I poured it into the foil pouch of my meal beef stroganoff, a classic backcountry comfort food. The aroma, though artificial, was a welcome distraction from the cloying scent of the hut. I ate slowly, savoring each mouthful, trying to keep my mind focused on the mundane. But the image of the stuck door, the empty hut, and Alara Thorne's name kept circling in my thoughts. After I finished eating, I meticulously cleaned my pot and spoon, packing everything away. The simple routine was grounding, a small act of control in an environment that felt increasingly out of my control. I checked my headlamp, made sure my knife was easily accessible in my pack, and reread the logbook entry one more time. Still just the name, Alara Thorne, and the date. I closed the book, deciding to delve deeper into its potential meaning tomorrow. Maybe there was something I missed. I slipped into my sleeping bag, pulling the drawstring tight around my head, cocooning myself against the chill and the growing sense of unease. The darkness outside the hut was absolute, pressing in like a physical weight. The only light was the faint glow of my headlamp, turned down to its lowest setting, casting a soft halo around me. I kept it on, not wanting to be plunged into complete darkness. The night was long. Every sound, no matter how small, brought me to a state of heightened alert. The wind sighed through the gaps in the logs, sounding like whispers. Branches scraped against the roof like fingers tapping. An owl hooted in the distance, a mournful, drawn-out sound that seemed to mock my solitude. I found myself holding my breath, straining to hear beyond the natural sounds of the forest, convinced there was something else. I must have drifted off eventually because I woke with a jolt, my heart pounding. The hut was plunged into darkness. My headlamp was off. I fumbled for it, my fingers trembling, and clicked the switch. Nothing. The batteries were dead, but I'd put in fresh ones just yesterday. I checked the spares in my pack, also dead. Every single battery, my spares, the ones in my headlamp, even the small emergency flashlight I kept at the bottom of my pack, all drained. A cold, visceral fear gripped me. This wasn't an accident. This wasn't nature. Something was actively working against me. My mind raced, trying to comprehend it. How could all my batteries be drained simultaneously? It defied logic. It defied physics. I sat up, clutching my sleeping bag around me, suddenly feeling exposed and vulnerable in the absolute darkness. The metallic smell was back, stronger now, cloying, almost suffocating. I reached for my phone, remembering it was useless, but the familiar rectangular shape was a small comfort. The screen remained stubbornly black. I clicked the power button, hoping for a miracle. Nothing, not even the faint glow of a dead battery icon. It was completely inert. My last connection to the outside world, however tenuous, was gone. My heart hammered against my ribs, a frantic drumbeat in the oppressive silence. I was alone, truly, utterly alone, and something was here with me, or had been here, or was watching. My breath came in ragged gasps. The walls of the hut seemed to press in, the darkness alive with unseen presences. I pulled my knees to my chest, wrapping my arms around myself, trying to make myself as small as possible. Hours crawled by. I didn't dare close my eyes. Every shadow seemed to shift. Every creak of the old wood sounded like footsteps. I imagined glowing eyes peering in from the windows, twisted faces in the gaps between the logs. My mind, stripped of the comforting logic of daylight, conjured nightmares. I was a child again, afraid of the dark, but this time the monsters felt real. At one point, I heard a distinct scraping sound from the chimney. It wasn't the wind. It was rhythmic, like something was trying to climb down or perhaps claw its way out. I held my breath, listening intently, my muscles tensed, ready to spring. The scraping continued for what felt like an eternity, then stopped abruptly, followed by a soft thump inside the stove. I squeezed my eyes shut, not wanting to see what might emerge. I waited, heart hammering, but nothing more happened. The first faint hint of gray light outside the window was the most beautiful sight I had ever seen. As the sun began its slow ascent, painting the sky with pale oranges and purples, the oppressive darkness inside the hut gradually receded. The shadows shrank, lost their menace. The metallic smell, though still present, seemed to lessen its hold. I felt a surge of relief so profound it almost buckled my knees. I had survived the night. But the relief was short-lived, quickly replaced by a cold, hard resolve. I had to get out. I had to understand what was happening. This wasn't just a simple camping trip gone wrong. This was something else entirely. I threw off my sleeping bag and sprang to my feet, my muscles stiff and aching from the night's tension. My first priority was the door. In the clear light of day, I could see the grain of the wood, the crude hinges, the simple frame. I pushed, pulled, kicked. It was still jammed. I retrieved my multi-tool, extending the pry bar again, and started systematically working my way around the door frame. I wedged the tool into every gap, trying to find a weak point to understand what was catching. As I worked, my eyes scanned the hut once more, searching for anything I might have missed in the dim light of yesterday evening or the panicked darkness of the night. My gaze fell on the wood stove again. The chimney, the scraping and the thump from last night replayed in my mind. Curiosity, despite my fear, gnawed at me. I approached the stove cautiously, my heart still thumping with residual fear. The cast iron was cold. The small door to the firebox was ajar, a tiny gap where I could see nothing but darkness. I reached out a tentative hand, my fingers brushing against the cold metal, and slowly, very slowly, pulled the door open. My breath hitched. Inside, nestled amongst a thin layer of old ash and soot, was not a creature or a monster, but a small, carefully folded piece of paper. It looked old, yellowed with age, and tied with a thin, brittle string. My hands trembled as I reached in, pulling it out. It was a single sheet of paper, about the size of my palm. Unfolding it carefully, I saw that it was a drawing. It was crudely rendered, almost childish, but undeniably disturbing. It depicted the Blackwood hut, instantly recognizable by its sagging porch and single window. Around the hut, stick figures with exaggerated, distorted faces danced in a frantic circle. Their limbs were spindly, their heads too large, and their eyes were just empty holes. Some of them appeared to be holding hands, others were reaching out towards the hut. Above them in the sky was a crudely drawn moon, a crescent shape with a single weeping eye, and scrawled beneath the drawing in the same elegant script as the logbook was a single word, witness. My blood ran cold. Witness. What did that mean? Witness to what? The dancing figures, the weeping moon, the distorted faces. It painted a picture of something ancient and unsettling. And the fact that it was hidden inside the stove, placed there deliberately, sent a shiver of true terror down my spine. This wasn't just a coincidence. This was a message. I turned the drawing over. On the back, in faint pencil, almost erased by time, was another entry. A date much older than Alara Thorne's. August 15th, 1932. Elias Vance. Beneath the name, written in a different, scratchier hand, was a single, chilling sentence. They're waiting. Elias Vance, August 15th, 1932. The age of the paper, the different handwriting. This drawing was old, very old, and it seemed to be a message from the past, echoing a warning. They're waiting. The words seemed to hang in the air, a phantom whisper in the quiet hut. Who were they? The stick figures, the unseen force that had trapped me and drained my batteries. My gaze snapped to the new logbook, then back to the drawing. The elegant script of Alara Thorne's name and the word witness on the drawing. The scratchy, desperate scrawl of Elias Vance. Two people, separated by decades, perhaps nearly a century, yet seemingly connected by this hut, this drawing and this unsettling message. The metallic smell was stronger now, a sharp, coppery tang that made my stomach churn. I felt a profound sense of violation, a sickening realization that I had stumbled into something far darker and more intricate than a simple lost trail. This hut was not just abandoned, it was a repository of forgotten horrors, a place where time seemed to fold in on itself, where the past bled into the present. I needed to get out more than ever. I attacked the door again, my efforts fueled by a fresh wave of adrenaline and fear. I wedged the pry bar in, twisting and levering with all my strength. The old wood groaned louder this time, a splintering crack echoing in the hut. I pushed harder, sweat beading on my forehead. The crack widened, a small sliver of light appearing at the bottom of the door. I put my shoulder to it, took a deep breath, and shoved with everything I had. There was a loud crack, followed by a wrenching sound of wood tearing. The door shuddered, then slowly, agonizingly began to give way. It wasn't opening smoothly, but the frame was splintering, breaking apart. I didn't care. I just needed out. I kept pushing, gritting my teeth, until with a final, desperate shove, the door frame gave way entirely, sending a shower of rotten wood onto the floor. The door swung inward with a groan, revealing the forest outside. The air hit me cold, fresh, pine-scented. It was a stark contrast to the cloying, metallic air of the hut. I stumbled out, gulping down lungfuls of the clean mountain air, feeling a profound sense of escape, even if it was just a few feet from the oppressive interior. My eyes adjusted to the bright morning light. I stood on the sagging porch, turning to look back at the hut. It looked ordinary again, almost welcoming in the morning sun, despite the newly damaged doorframe. But I knew better. I knew the secrets it held. I knew about Alara Thorne and Elias Vance, about the drawing and the warning. I needed to process all this, but my instincts were screaming at me to put distance between myself and this place. I shouldered my pack, not even bothering to properly secure the door. What was the point? The frame was shattered. As I turned to leave, my gaze fell on something I hadn't noticed before, something partially obscured by a patch of overgrown moss near the corner of the hut. It was a small, crudely carved wooden effigy. It stood perhaps a foot tall, made of dark, weathered wood, its features worn smooth by time and the elements. But even so, I could make out the unsettling details. It had a large, round head with empty, gaping eye sockets, much like the stick figures in the drawing. Its body was thin and elongated, its arms hanging limply at its sides, ending in what looked like oversized clawed hands. It was stuck into the ground, half buried, almost as if it had been there for decades, slowly decaying. A fresh wave of dread washed over me. The effigy, the drawing, the words witness and their waiting, it all coalesced into a chilling understanding. This wasn't just a remote hut, it was a place of something ancient, a place where rituals were performed, where warnings were left. The metallic smell, the drained batteries, the trapped door, they weren't random occurrences. They were part of a pattern, a response. I stared at the effigy, a cold sweat breaking out on my skin despite the cool morning air. It felt like a sentinel, a silent guardian of whatever dark purpose this place served. It was unsettlingly similar to the stick figures in the drawing, the figures that danced around the hut, the ones with the empty eyes. My eyes scanned the surrounding area, searching for any other signs. But there were none, only the dense, silent forest stretching out in every direction. I knew with a certainty that chilled me to the bone that I couldn't stay here, not another second. I had to leave. I had to get back to civilization, to a place where logic and reason still held sway. I took one last, lingering look at the effigy, its empty eyes seeming to stare back at me, before I turned and began to retrace my steps, the direction back to my jeep suddenly feeling like a matter of life and death. The thought of getting lost again, of the trail vanishing, filled me with a terror far greater than my exhaustion or hunger. I just needed to put distance between myself and the Blackwood hut. I needed to escape its terrible embrace. The hike back was a blur of frantic energy and gnawing paranoia. Every snapped twig, every rustle in the undergrowth sent my heart leaping into my throat. I kept my headlamp on despite the daylight, a useless habit born of the night's terror. My hand instinctively went to my knife, my fingers tightening around the hilt, a small comfort against an unseen enemy. I felt watched constantly. The forest, which had been a sanctuary just yesterday, now felt menacing, its towering trees like silent sentinels, its shadows hiding unseen horrors. I kept looking over my shoulder, half expecting to see a shadowy figure emerging from the trees, or to find another effigy placed silently along the path. The drawing of the weeping moon and the dancing stick figures haunted my vision. Witness, they're waiting. The words echoed in my mind, a relentless, chilling refrain. The metallic smell, though fainter away from the hut, seemed to cling to my clothes, to my hair, a constant reminder of the place I had just fled. I tried to shake it off, to clear my head, but the images were burned into my memory. The logbook, the candle, the jammed door, the drained batteries, the drawing, the effigy. Each piece a thread in a tapestry of dread. The trail was still overgrown, still difficult to follow, but my urgency now made me push through the thorny bushes and scramble over fallen logs with a single-minded determination. I hardly registered the scrapes and bruises I accumulated. My only goal was forward, away from the hut, towards the logging road, towards my jeep, towards the world I understood. I eventually found the faded logging road, a sight that brought a gasp of relief from my tight chest. The road itself was still rough, but it was wide, open, and clear. No more pushing through dense undergrowth, no more relying on vague blazes on ancient trees. This was progress, real progress. I practically ran the last few miles to where I'd parked the Jeep, my lungs burning, my legs aching, but driven by a primal need to escape. The old Jeep sat exactly where I'd left it, a beacon of safety in the desolate landscape. Its familiar, faded blue paint and sturdy frame were a welcome sight. I fumbled with the keys, my hands trembling, and practically dove into the driver's seat, slamming the door shut. The click of the lock, even if it was just a manual one, was the most comforting sound I'd heard in days. I started the engine, the familiar rumble of the old Jeep's motor a reassuring thrum. I engaged the gear and began to drive, slowly at first, then picking up speed as I left the logging road behind and hit the slightly better maintained forest road. The rough ride was jarring, but I didn't care. With every bump and jolt, I felt a little further away from the hut, from the effigy, from the dread. My cell phone, still dead in my pocket, was a stark reminder of my isolation. I wouldn't get service for another 20 miles. 20 miles of driving through the very wilderness that had turned on me. The sun was getting higher, but its light no longer felt comforting. It felt like it was illuminating my vulnerability, highlighting how truly alone I was. I drove for what felt like hours, the tension slowly bleeding out of my shoulders, but leaving a heavy residue of trauma in its place. The fear wasn't gone, it had just transmuted into a deep, unsettling unease. I was out, but the images, the questions, the lingering metallic smell, they were all still with me. When my phone finally buzzed to life, a single bar appearing on the screen, I nearly swerved off the road. It was a miracle. The first thing I did was check the battery. It showed full, just like that. The instant I was within range of civilization, the batteries were revived. It was another impossible, inexplicable event that only deepened the mystery and my terror. I pulled over to the side of the road, my hands still gripping the steering wheel. I stared at the phone, then at my headlamp, still sitting dead on the passenger seat. The sheer absurdity of it, the blatant defiance of physics, was staggering. It wasn't a malfunction. It was an influence, something that only worked within the confines of that specific, isolated area. My first instinct was to call someone, anyone. The police, the park rangers, a friend, but what would I say? I went to an old hut, the door got stuck, my batteries died, and I found a creepy drawing and a wooden statue. They'd think I was crazy, hallucinating from exhaustion and isolation. I had no evidence, no proof, just a chilling, impossible story. I took a deep, shaky breath, trying to collect my thoughts. I needed to think. I couldn't just forget this. I had a name, Elara Thorne, and another name, Elias Vance, and a drawing, a symbol, an effigy. This wasn't over, not for me. I had to understand. My initial plan to simply get lost had turned into something far more dangerous, far more profound. I started the Jeep again, the highway now visible in the distance, a ribbon of concrete leading back to the known world. But the known world felt different now. It felt permeable, less secure. I had glimpsed something beyond the veil, something ancient and powerful, lurking in the forgotten corners of the wilderness. And I knew, with a certainty that both terrified and compelled me, that I had to find out what it was. I had to find out what happened to Elara Thorne and what they were waiting for. I couldn't just drive away and pretend it never happened. This was no longer just about me clearing my head. It was about understanding the threads that had pulled me into this dark tapestry. And I knew, with a chilling certainty, that this was only the beginning. The highway stretched ahead, a gray ribbon cutting through the emerald and sapphire hues of the vast wilderness. Civilization, in the form of gas stations and roadside diners, slowly began to emerge, but the sense of security I craved remained elusive. The Jeep rumbled on, its engine a steady beat against the frantic drum of my heart. I was out, truly out, but the world felt wrong, distorted. The ordinary sights of passing cars and distant towns seemed like flimsy veils over a deeper, more ancient reality I had just brushed against. The metallic smell, thankfully, began to dissipate with the rush of fresh air through the open windows, but the memories clung to me like burrs. Every time I blinked, I saw the empty eyes of the effigy, the frantic dance of the stick figures, the single weeping eye of the moon. Witness, they're waiting. The words were etched into my mind, a chilling mantra. I drove until the sun began to dip below the western peaks, casting long, purple shadows across the landscape. My body screamed for rest, but my mind was a chaotic storm of fear and burning questions. I pulled into the parking lot of a motel on the outskirts of a small town, its neon sign flickering a lonely welcome. The place was nondescript, the kind of spot travelers used for a quick stopover, but to me, it felt like a fortress. Inside the sterile, beige room, the silence was almost deafening after the relentless roar of the Jeep's engine. I dropped my pack on the floor, ignoring the aches and pains that shot through my limbs. My first action was to plug in my phone and headlamp. The phone, as expected, immediately sprang to life, displaying a full charge. The headlamp, however, remained stubbornly dark. I tried the spare batteries, still inert. This physical proof, this tangible remnant of the hut's inexplicable influence, sent a fresh wave of unease through me. Whatever had drained them out there, it hadn't just reset them. It had fundamentally altered them. I showered, scrubbing at my skin as if I could wash away the lingering metallic scent, the feel of the rough wood, the lingering fear. The hot water helped, slowly loosening the knots in my shoulders, but the images in my head persisted. Afterwards, wrapped in a thin motel towel, I sat on the edge of the bed, the phone in my hand. I needed to start looking for answers, but where to begin? Elara Thorne, Elias Vance, the Blackwood Hut. My fingers flew across the screen, typing Elara Thorn Blackwood Hut Cascades into the search bar. The results were sparse. A few social media profiles of women named Elara Thorn, none of whom seemed to fit the profile of a solo hiker disappearing in the wilderness. No news articles, no missing person reports that matched the name or the time frame. It was as if she had simply vanished without a ripple. Next, I tried Elias Vance Blackwood Hut 1932. This yielded even less. A few historical census records for an Elias Vance in Washington state, but no direct connection to the mountains or any disappearance. The sheer lack of information was itself disturbing. In this digital age, it was hard for anyone to vanish so completely, let alone two people connected to the same remote location, decades apart. I broadened my search: Blackwood Hut legends, Cascades mountain disappearances, strange occurrences, remote huts. This brought up a deluge of results. Websites dedicated to cryptozoology, forums discussing paranormal activity in national parks, old newspaper clippings detailing tragic accidents or lost hikers. I sifted through them, my eyes aching, looking for anything that resonated with my experience. There were vague mentions of mountain spirits or forest entities in the more esoteric corners of the internet, but nothing specific enough to grasp onto. Some accounts spoke of electronics failing in certain remote areas, but attributed it to magnetic anomalies or old military interference. Nothing about draining batteries completely, then resurrecting devices once outside the zone of influence. Frustration began to mount. The internet, usually a vast ocean of information, felt like a shallow puddle when confronted with the bizarre reality of the Blackwood Hut. It offered no rational explanation, no comforting scientific theory to anchor my experience. This was something beyond the mundane. I ordered a pizza, the delivery guy's cheerful indifference a stark contrast to my internal turmoil. I ate mechanically, barely tasting the food, my eyes glued to the phone screen. As the night wore on, my search became more focused, delving into local history archives and forgotten government reports. I found mentions of the Blackwood Lumber Company, which had operated in the region in the early 20th century. The hut, I reasoned, was likely one of their old logging cabins. The records indicated the company went bankrupt and abandoned the site around the late 1930s. This aligned with Elias Vance's date in 1932. An idea sparked. What if the answer wasn't online? What if it was buried in the physical world, in old books, in local lore, passed down by word of mouth? The next morning, after a fitful few hours of sleep, I drove to the nearest town of any significant size, a place called Three Pines, about an hour from the motel. It was a quaint, sleepy place, with a main street lined with brick buildings, an old clock tower, and a general air of having seen better days. The kind of town where local history was likely preserved, not just online, but in the hushed tones of librarians and the dusty shelves of antique shops. My first stop was the public library. It was a small, charming building, smelling of old paper and wood polish. A kindly woman with silver hair and spectacles greeted me from behind a cluttered desk. "Can I help you, dear?" she asked, her voice soft and warm. "Yes, I hope so," I began, feeling a tremor in my voice. "I'm looking for information about the Blackwood Hut or the old Blackwood Lumber Company. Specifically, anything relating to strange events or disappearances in that area, particularly around 1932 and recently, say, the last week or two." Her smile faltered slightly. She removed her spectacles, cleaning them with a corner of her cardigan. "Blackwood, you say? Not many folks ask about that place these days. A bit remote." She paused, her gaze lingering on me as if trying to discern something. There were some stories long ago, nothing concrete, mind you, just whispers. Whispers about what? I pressed, leaning forward eagerly. She sighed a slow, gentle sound. About the woods around there. Folks getting lost, sure that happens, but sometimes they didn't just get lost. They changed, or they saw things. The old Native American tribes, they had names for that area. Said it was thin ground where the veil between worlds was weak. Called it the place of whispering shadows. My blood ran cold. Whispering shadows. The scraped sounds in the chimney, the wind that sounded like whispers. Did any of these stories mention anything about specific people, an Elias Vance or an Alara Thorne? She frowned, concentrating. Vance, the name sounds faintly familiar. Didn't he work for Blackwood Lumber? A foreman, I think. Went missing, didn't he? Or rather, he came back, but he wasn't quite right. That's what the old stories said. They found him wandering out of the woods, babbling incoherent. Died a few weeks later, they said, of a fever. But people whispered it was something else, something the woods did to him. And Alara Thorns. She shook her head. No, that name doesn't ring a bell. Not locally, anyway. It's a more modern name, I think. Do you have any old newspaper archives or town records from the 1930s? Indeed, we have microfiches and some old binders of clipped articles. It'll take some digging, though. The microfiche reader is over there. She pointed to a dusty machine in a quiet corner. And if you find anything about Elias Vance, do let me know. I've always been curious about that story. She gave me a sympathetic, yet knowing look. I spent the rest of the day in that quiet corner, the hum of the microfiche reader a low drone in the background. I scrolled through decades of local newspapers, my eyes blurring as I scanned headlines and obituaries. Finally, towards late afternoon, I found it. A small article buried on page 3 of the Three Pines Gazette, dated September 1932. Local lumberjack found after week-long disappearance. The article detailed the discovery of Elias Vance, a foreman for Blackwood Lumber, found wandering several miles from the Blackwood camp. It mentioned his confused state and severe disorientation. It concluded by stating he was recovering at home under the care of his family. A follow-up article a few weeks later was a brief obituary. Elias Vance, 42, died unexpectedly of complications from pneumonia. The newspaper accounts were sanitized, of course. They wouldn't print babbling incoherently about unearthly things. But the librarian's whispers and the brevity of the obituary, coupled with the "they're waiting" scrawled on the back of the drawing, painted a far more chilling picture. He hadn't just died of pneumonia. Something had broken him, and it sounded like it happened after he came back from the woods, not while he was in them. I found no other direct mentions of the Blackwood hut or any other disappearances related to it. No mention of the place of whispering shadows in any official records. It was only in the community, in the oral traditions, that these deeper, darker tales survived. As I was about to leave, the librarian called me over. "You know, dear," she said, "there's a man in town, Old Man Hemlock. He used to live up in those hills, near where the Blackwood Company operated when he was a boy. His father was a logger. He's full of old stories. Doesn't get out much, but he's usually at the general store by the coffee counter around this time. Might be worth a chat." I thanked her profusely, a surge of hope mixed with dread washing over me. An eyewitness. Someone who might have heard the actual stories, not just the sanitized versions. The general store was a wonderfully chaotic place, smelling of fresh bread, coffee, and old wood. Tucked away in a corner, just as the librarian had said, was an old man with a face like a road map of wrinkles, sipping coffee from a chipped mug. His eyes, though clouded with age, held a sharp intelligence. "Mr. Hemlock," I asked, approaching cautiously. He looked up, his gaze steady. "That's me. What can I do for you, young un?" His voice was raspy, like dry leaves. "My name is Alex. I'm doing some research on the old Blackwood Lumber Company area, the hut up there specifically." His eyes narrowed slightly, a flicker of something unreadable passing through them. "Blackwood Hut, eh? Not many folks go up that way anymore, for good reason." He took a slow sip of his coffee. "I was wondering if you knew anything about Elias Vance," I began, deciding to lead with what I knew. "The foreman who went missing in 32. A slow nod. "I, Elias, knew him, good man, before. He paused, his gaze drifting to the window, lost in thought. "My pa worked under him. Elias was a steady hand, but when they found him he wasn't steady no more. Couldn't make sense of what he was saying, just rambled on about the Watchers and the Hollow Ones. Said they were waiting to be fed. They took him to the hospital, but he just faded, like his spirit had been sucked dry." Watchers, Hollow Ones, waiting to be fed. My stomach clenched. This was far worse than I imagined. Did he say where he saw them? Near the hut. The hut was their place, folks said. Always had a bad feeling about that hut, even before Elias. The old-timers, the native folk, they wouldn't go near it. Said it was built on a blood ground, a place of sacrifice. A place where the veil was thin, like your librarian friend probably told you, where things from the other side could peek through, and sometimes they could pull things back. Pull things back, like people. He nodded slowly. "I, like people. Elias, he saw 'em, and they saw him. It changed him, turned him inside out, but it wasn't just seeing 'em see, it was what they wanted him to do." "What did they want him to do?" I asked, my voice barely a whisper. He looked directly at me then, his ancient eyes piercing. "They wanted him to witness, and to record, and to invite." Witness, the word from the drawing. Record. Yeah, some folks said he kept a journal, wrote all sorts of mad things in it, but when he died, the family burned it. Didn't want no part of that darkness. A journal, a logbook, the new logbook. The connection was clear, terrifyingly so, and invite. They wanted him to mark the way, to make it easier for others to follow, to step through. He shivered, despite the warmth of the store. That place, it feeds on attention, on terror, on the crossing. The more folks who go there, who get tangled up in its web, the stronger it gets. It takes a piece of them, sometimes just a fright, sometimes a memory, sometimes everything. "My batteries died up there," I blurted out, the memory suddenly feeling less crazy in this conversation. "And my phone. They were completely drained, then came back to life when I was far away." Mr. Hemlock nodded grimly. "I happens. That place, it saps life. Electrical, spiritual, all of it. It doesn't like outside intrusions, doesn't like light, it wants darkness, it wants isolation. It wants to draw you in, strip you bare, until you're just a vessel for whatever's on the other side." "I found a drawing," I said, describing it in detail. Stick figures dancing around the hut, a weeping moon, and a wooden effigy outside just like the figures. He closed his eyes for a moment, a deep sigh escaping his lips. "The effigies of invitation," he murmured. "They're meant to draw you in, to show you the way, to mark the chosen. The weeping moon, that's the sorrow of the earth, watching what's happening. And the dancers, they're the ones who have already crossed, the hollow ones." My breath hitched. The hollow ones. What's left when the other side takes its pound of flesh? They're just shadows, echoes, doing the bidding of whatever truly lurks there. And you, young you saw them, didn't you? You felt them. You were drawn in. "I found a new logbook in the hut," I continued, with a single name, Ilara Thorn, from last week. He opened his eyes, a profound sadness in them. Ilara Thorn, a modern name, as your librarian said, another one. It finds new ways to lure people in, you see. Sometimes it's the promise of adventure, sometimes it's curiosity. It adapts, but the outcome is always the same. She was another witness. What happened to her? Gone, erased, or worse, she's one of them now. She was likely meant to be the new recorder, the new inviter. The hut needed fresh eyes, fresh hands to continue its work. He pointed a gnarled finger at me. But then you came along. You disrupted the cycle. You broke free, and now you're the new witness. The weight of his words settled on me, cold and heavy. So what is it? What's in the hut? What are they? He shook his head slowly. No one truly knows. An ancient hunger, a dimensional rift, a pocket of pure malevolence. Some say it's a fragment of an old god, banished but not truly gone. It's been there longer than any of us. It grows stronger over time, especially when fed. And the ones who cross over, the hollow ones, they are its servants, its eyes and ears. And they're waiting, I asked, quoting Elias Vance's chilling message. Always waiting for the veil to thin enough, waiting for enough invitations, waiting to truly step through and consume. The hut is just the doorway. The effigies are the welcome mat. The logbook is the guest list. So the hut, it's actively trying to lure people in. It calls to those who are lost, Mr. Hemlock explained, his voice low and serious. To those seeking direction, those feeling a void. Like you, perhaps, it promises escape, peace, answers. But it only delivers oblivion. It preys on loneliness, on desire, on weakness. He looked at me with renewed intensity. You need to understand, young Un. You were lucky to get out. Most don't, not truly. You've seen what you weren't meant to see. You've heard what you weren't meant to hear. Now it knows you. It remembers you. And it will try to call you back. Call me back, how? In your dreams, in the quiet moments, it will twist your thoughts, make you think about what you saw, what you learned, make you feel like you need to go back, to finish the story, to save the others. It's a siren's song dressed in curiosity. He held my gaze. Do not go back. Do not seek it out. You found the drawing. That was Elia's desperate warning. You were meant to be a witness who escaped, not one who returned. His words resonated with a frightening truth. That compulsion I felt, that burning need to understand, to solve the mystery, it wasn't just my own inherent curiosity. It was a lure. Is there any way to stop it? I asked, a desperate hope in my voice. He gave a wry, humorless smile. Stop an ancient hunger. Boy, people have been trying for centuries. The old tribes performed rituals, warding magic, tried to bind it. It slows it maybe, but nothing truly stops it. It merely slumbers, waits. It's part of the land now, like a sickness. So I just walk away, pretend it didn't happen. The idea felt impossible, almost cowardly, after what I'd experienced. You survive, he said. You remember, you carry the warning, that's all you can do. And you make sure no one else gets caught in its web if you can. You tell your story, but not too loudly, not to the wrong ears. The less attention it gets, the weaker its call. That place thrives on belief, on fear. Ignore it, starve it. I sat in silence, processing his words. It felt like a profound betrayal of the nascent resolve I'd felt after escaping the hut. Walk away, forget Ilara Thorn, ignore the creeping horror that had almost consumed me. It felt wrong. Thank you, Mr. Hemlock, I said finally. I appreciate your honesty. Be careful, Alex, he warned, his voice softening. The wilderness holds more than just beauty. Some places hold teeth. I left the general store feeling more disturbed than ever. The cryptic fragments from the hut, the local whispers, the official disappearances, and now Mr. Hemlock's chilling insights had woven together a tapestry of dread that was far more intricate and terrifying than any single incident could convey. The Blackwood hut wasn't just an isolated incident. It was a node in an ancient, malevolent network. His warning, however, clashed violently with the driving compulsion that now raged within me. Do not go back. Do not seek it out. But how could I not? How could I simply turn my back on Alara Thorne, on Elias Vance, on the knowledge that this darkness continued to ensnare others? I was a witness. That meant I had a responsibility. Or maybe, as Mr. Hemlock suggested, it was the siren's call. I drove out of Three Pines, the quaint main street fading in my rearview mirror. I knew I needed to head home, to safety, to distance myself. But instead, my hands instinctively turned the wheel towards the general direction of the mountains, towards the wilderness. I told myself I was just going to the edge, just to think, to find a way to honor the warning without succumbing to the lure. I found a quiet spot by a river, far from any trails, the sun glinting off the rushing water. I set up a small camp, building a fire, the flames a comforting contrast to the creeping shadows of my mind. I pulled out my map, spreading it over my knee. The Blackwood hut was a small, almost invisible dot. I stared at it, then at the surrounding topography, the rough, broken country, the dense, trackless forest. It was a wilderness that could hide anything. My gaze drifted to other areas on the map, lesser-known trails, old logging roads that branched off from the main routes. I thought about Mr. Hemlock's words. It finds new ways to lure people in. It adapts. If the Blackwood hut was compromised, if too many people were asking questions, would they simply move to another location, another old, forgotten cabin, another thin ground? This thought burrowed deep into my mind, creating a new, unsettling urgency. If the hut was just a doorway, then there could be other doorways, other places where the veil was thin. I spent the next few days in a strange state of limbo. I couldn't bring myself to go back to the hut, not after Mr. Hemlock's dire warnings, but I also couldn't leave the mountains. I drove around, exploring the periphery of the national forest, seeking out other forgotten places. Old fire lookout towers, abandoned mining shafts, crumbling homesteads. I was looking for patterns, for connections, for anything that might hint at another nexus of this darkness. I tried to rationalize my actions. I was doing my part, gathering information, seeing if the threat was isolated or widespread. But deep down, I knew it was more than that. I was still compelled. The hook was set. During this time, I started documenting everything. I bought a new journal, not a fancy leather-bound one, but a simple spiral notebook, and began writing down every detail of my experience. The metallic smell, the draining batteries, the scraping in the chimney, the drawing, the effigy, Mr. Hemlock's words. I sketched the effigy and the dancing figures from memory. I wrote down Alara Thorne's name and Elias Vance's. This felt like a necessary act, a way to reclaim some control, to ensure that if anything happened to me, someone else would know. I was becoming the new recorder, just as Mr. Hemlock had warned. One afternoon, while exploring an old, unmaintained Forest Service road that branched off towards a remote section of the park, I came across something that sent a shiver down my spine. It was a faded, hand-painted sign, nailed crookedly to a tree. The paint was peeling, the wood weathered, but the words were still legible. Blackwood Memorial Trail. Dedicated to those who went deeper. Beneath the words, someone had crudely carved into the wood, almost like an afterthought, a symbol. It was a rough circle, with a single line slashing through it horizontally, and two smaller lines curving inwards from the top and bottom, almost like the start of a weeping eye. It was eerily similar to the weeping moon in the drawing I'd found in the hut. My heart hammered against my ribs. Blackwood Memorial Trail, and those who went deeper. It felt like a direct reference to the lost, to the consumed, and the symbol it had to be connected. This wasn't a well-known trail. It wasn't on any of my modern maps. It was just a faint deer path disappearing into a particularly dense section of ancient forest. It felt like an invitation, a very dangerous invitation. My breath hitched. Mr. Hemlock's warning screamed in my head. Do not go back. Do not seek it out. It will call you back. This was the call. A new path, a new lure, under the guise of an old memorial. I stood there for a long time, the silence of the forest pressing in on me, broken only by the chirping of unseen birds and the rustle of leaves. The sign was old, clearly decades old, yet it felt freshly placed, a new thread in the old tapestry. I knew I shouldn't. Every fiber of rational thought urged me to get back in the Jeep and drive away, to leave this place and never look back, to heed Mr. Hemlock's counsel. But the compulsion was too strong. The image of Alara Thorne's name, the thought of Elias Vance's terrified ramblings, the empty eyes of the effigy, they demanded answers. I had stumbled into this, yes, but now I was tangled in its threads. I was the witness who knew too much to simply turn away. My hand went to my pack, feeling the reassuring weight of my gear, the knife, the water filter, the first aid kit. I was better prepared this time. I had a deeper understanding of what I might be facing, or so I told myself. Taking a deep breath, I pushed aside the low-hanging branches and stepped onto the barely discernible path. The light immediately dimmed, swallowed by the ancient canopy. The air grew still, heavy with the scent of damp earth and old growth. The world behind me, the world of paved roads and motel rooms, felt impossibly distant, already fading into unreality. I was walking into the deep, into the unknown, following a thread that I knew, with chilling certainty, led to the very heart of the darkness I had fled. The Blackwood Memorial Trail. I was going deeper. I had no choice. The canopy swallowed the light whole, plunging the trail into a perpetual twilight. The air grew heavy, still and damp, carrying the scent of rich earth, decaying leaves, and something else, something cloying and metallic that was all too familiar. My boots crunched softly on the unseen path, each step echoing in the oppressive silence. The Blackwood Memorial Trail was less a trail and more a wound in the forest floor, barely visible beneath a thick carpet of moss and fallen pine needles. Trees, ancient and gnarled, twisted around each other, their branches interlacing so tightly that the sky was reduced to faint, shifting slivers of gray. My heart hammered against my ribs, a frantic drumbeat against the wilderness's deafening hush. Every instinct screamed at me to turn back, to listen to Mr. Hemlock's warnings. Do not go back, do not seek it out. But the compulsion was a living thing inside me, a parasite of curiosity and dread that clung to my very bones. Alara Thorne, Elias Vance, the unknown horror of the hut. I was already a witness, and the path, however dangerous, felt like the only way forward. I clutched my new, simple spiral notebook and a pencil, ready to document everything. This was my defense, my way of fighting back, to record, to understand, to warn. I activated my headlamp, despite the lingering daylight, its beam cutting a stark path through the gloom. It flickered erratically, a tiny shiver of fear running through me. The batteries were fresh, brand new, but the old influence was already attempting to assert itself. I mentally braced myself for the inevitable draining, preparing for darkness. A few dozen yards in, the first sign of intent appeared. Nailed to a particularly ancient fir, just above eye level, was another crudely carved wooden effigy. This one was smaller than the one outside the hut, perhaps 8 inches tall, but its features were identical. A large, round head with empty, gaping eye sockets, a thin, elongated body, and oversized, clawed hands. It was weathered, gray with age, but unmistakable. It was a marker, a signpost, a chilling welcome. I pulled out my phone, which was currently working, and snapped a photo of it. The screen, however, rendered the effigy as a dark, indistinct blur, refusing to capture its form properly. Frustration, mixed with a deeper chill, tightened its grip. The entity was actively resisting being documented. I moved on, the forest growing denser, the air heavier. The trail began to ascend, slowly at first, then more steeply. The undergrowth became a tangled web of thorns and damp ferns, forcing me to push through it, my clothes snagging, my skin prickling. There was no sound but my own ragged breathing and the soft, almost imperceptible thump of my boots on the mossy earth. Then I saw another effigy. This one was half buried in the undergrowth, its head tilted at an unnatural angle, as if peering at something just out of sight. Its empty eyes seemed to follow me as I passed, and then another, tied with a length of rotting twined to a low branch, swaying gently in a phantom breeze. They were spaced out, perhaps every 50 yards or so, leading me deeper, an unsettling breadcrumb trail of carved dread. Each one was a silent sentinel, beckoning me further into the place of whispering shadows. As I continued, the metallic smell intensified, growing thick and cloying, like old pennies left in stagnant water. It was accompanied now by something else, a faint, sweet decay, almost floral, but with a repulsive undertone, like something beautiful rotting from the inside out. It made my stomach churn. My headlamp began to sputter, its beam flickering rapidly, then dimming to a faint, orange glow. I clicked it off and on, but it merely hummed softly, a dying sigh. I quickly swapped the batteries for fresh ones, but the result was the same. Just as Mr. Hemlock had warned, the energy was being siphoned. I stowed the dead batteries and the useless lamp back into my pack, pulling out my backup flashlight. This, too, seemed weaker than it should be, its beam pale and yellow. The light was fading outside, and the prospect of being plunged into absolute darkness again filled me with a fresh wave of terror. I picked up my pace, scrambling over roots and fallen logs, determined to find whatever I was meant to find before nightfall. Suddenly, the path opened into a small, desolate clearing. The trees here were different, stunted and twisted, their branches bare and claw-like, reaching up to the obscured sky like skeletal hands. The ground was rocky and barren, with patches of withered, brownish grass. In the center of the clearing stood a single, towering pine, its trunk scarred and blackened, as if struck by lightning countless times. And beneath the scarred pine, an altar. It was a crude, low slab of gray, unhewn rock, stained dark with age and something else, something that looked suspiciously like dried blood. Around it, arranged in a rough circle, were several more wooden effigies, larger than the ones on the trail, perhaps 2 feet tall. Their empty eyes seemed to stare directly at me. My breath hitched. This was it. This was the heart of it, or at least a significant part. Not just a hut, but a sacrificial ground, a place where they were fed. On the altar itself, amongst patches of dark, crusty residue, lay several objects. My eyes, straining in the dim light, immediately recognized one of them, a small, dark, leather-bound logbook. It looked identical to the one I had found in the Blackwood hut. My heart pounded with a mix of dread and morbid fascination. I approached cautiously, my footsteps echoing unnaturally on the barren ground. The metallic sweet smell here was overpowering, a thick, nauseating cloud. I knelt before the altar, my hand trembling as I reached for the logbook. Its cover felt cold and strangely slick. I opened it. The first page contained a single, elegant entry, written in the same looping cursive as Alara Thorne S. September 28, 2023. Julian Croft. Julian Croft, another name, barely 2 weeks before Alara Thorne. My mind raced. Was this a sequential thing, one after another? And where were Julian Croft's belongings, his body? I flipped through the pages. Like Alara's book, the rest were blank. But then, tucked between two of the pristine pages, I found something. A single, yellowed photograph. It was a black and white image, faded and brittle. It depicted a group of men, dressed in old-fashioned logging gear, standing in front of the Blackwood hut. The hut looked newer, less dilapidated, but it was unmistakably the same structure. The men were smiling, posing, axes slung over their shoulders. But in the background, just barely visible in the shadows of the forest behind the hut, a faint, almost transparent figure seemed to lurk. Its form was indistinct, wavering, but its posture was unmistakable, elongated, spindly, with a large, round head, an effigy come to life, a hollow one. My blood ran cold. This wasn't just a drawing. They were real. They had been there, watching, even in the 1930s. I quickly turned the photo over. Scrawled on the back in faint, shaky pencil was another entry, similar to the one on Elias Vance's drawing, October 1st, 1938, Silas Blackwood, and beneath his name in even fainter script, almost impossible to read, the invitation is accepted. They are almost through. Silas Blackwood, the owner of the lumber company, the name tied directly to the hut. The invitation is accepted. This sounded like a more active participation, a more willing one. What did that mean? And they are almost through. The words sent a shiver of cosmic horror down my spine. Through what? The veil. What would happen when they were through? I placed the logbook and photo back on the altar, my hands still trembling. The atmosphere in the clearing was suffocating. I felt a profound sense of wrongness, of ancient evil radiating from the ground beneath my feet. This wasn't just a place of witness. It was a place of dark communion, of offerings. Suddenly a sound, a low guttural moan, like something in immense pain or immense hunger. It seemed to come from all directions at once, echoing off the twisted trees, vibrating through the barren ground. It wasn't an animal sound. It was inhuman. I froze, every muscle tensed, my eyes darting frantically around the clearing. My flashlight, clutched in my hand, flickered violently, then died, plunging me into near-total darkness. The last vestiges of daylight had vanished. The moan came again, closer this time, accompanied by a soft, rhythmic scraping sound, like nails on wood or bone on stone. It was coming from the circle of effigies. I fumbled for my knife, pulling it free from its sheath, the cool metal a small comfort in my sweating palm. My breath hitched in my throat. I couldn't see anything. The darkness was absolute, impenetrable, but I could feel them. The empty eyes of the effigies felt like they were watching me alive. The scraping stopped. A new sound emerged, a low, collective whisper, like 1,000 dry leaves rustling together, but forming indistinct, overlapping words. It seemed to swirl around me, moving closer. I couldn't make out what they were saying, but the tone was mocking, hungry, full of an ancient malice. Panic surged through me, cold and overwhelming. I was trapped in their clearing, surrounded by their sentinels, enveloped in their darkness. This was a mistake, a terrible, fatal mistake. Then a flicker of light, not my flashlight, but something else. A faint, greenish luminescence emanating from the empty eye sockets of the effigies. One by one, they began to glow, faint pinpricks of light in the overwhelming darkness, outlining their grotesque forms. Their heads seemed to turn slowly in unison towards me. I stumbled backward, tripping over something unseen, landing hard on my pack. My head hit a rock, sending a jolt of pain through my skull. Dazed, I scrambled to my feet, my heart pounding so violently I thought it would burst through my chest. The glowing effigies advanced, slowly, deliberately, their green eyes fixed on me. They weren't moving their feet, they were somehow gliding, shifting across the ground, converging on my position. This was not a trick of the light, this was real. The hollow ones, the watchers, they were moving. I turned and ran, blindly, instinctively, crashing through the undergrowth, heedless of the thorns tearing at my skin. I didn't know where I was going, just away. Away from the green eyes, away from the whispering, away from the metallic rot. The forest itself seemed to conspire against me. Branches snatched at my clothes, roots tripped my feet, and the ground was uneven, treacherous. I could still hear the faint, rhythmic scraping behind me and the rustling whispers, closer now, almost at my heels. They were faster than they looked. I burst through a thicket of ferns, tumbling down a short, steep embankment. I landed in a hollow, sheltered by a massive, fallen log. I quickly rolled behind it, pressing myself against the damp earth, trying to quiet my ragged breathing. The whispers and scraping sounds seemed to pass above me, moving deeper into the forest, then slowly receding. Had they lost me, or were they playing with me? The silence that followed was almost as terrifying as the pursuit. I lay there for what felt like an eternity, shivering, my muscles aching, my head throbbing. My heart slowly returned to a less frantic rhythm. I risked a peek over the log. Absolute darkness. No green eyes, no movement. I was utterly lost. My compass was in my pack, but in this darkness, with no points of reference, it was useless. My phone, I remembered, was also dead, utterly drained, and my flashlight was gone, lost in my panicked flight. The metallic sweet smell was still strong, clinging to me. I could feel scratches and scrapes all over my face and hands. I was bruised and terrified. I decided to wait for dawn. There was no other option. Moving in this darkness was suicide. I pulled my emergency space blanket from my pack, wrapping it tightly around myself, trying to conserve body heat. I sat there, leaning against the cold, damp earth, my knife still clutched in my hand, listening, straining for any sound. The night was long and utterly devoid of sleep. Every creak of the forest, every gust of wind, every imagined shadow sent jolts of adrenaline through me. I squeezed my eyes shut, trying to banish the image of the glowing effigies, the whispering hollow ones, the crude altar. But they were burned into my mind. As the first faint light of dawn began to paint the sky a weak, bruised purple, I slowly, cautiously emerged from my hiding place. My body was stiff, aching, and covered in scrapes and bruises, but I was alive. My eyes adjusted to the dim light. I surveyed my surroundings. I was in a small, damp hollow, surrounded by ancient, towering trees. I had no idea which way was north, or which way led back to the Blackwood Memorial Trail. I was completely disoriented. Panic, cold and sharp, threatened to overwhelm me again. I fought it down. Think you're a hiker. You've been lost before. You can do this. I pulled out my map and compass from my pack. The compass needle, however, spun wildly, refusing to settle on magnetic north. It danced and twitched as if caught in an invisible magnetic storm. My heart sank. Even my tools were failing me in this cursed place. I tried my phone, still dead. My headlamp, still dead. The batteries irrevocably drained. I took a deep, shuddering breath. I had to rely on instinct, on the sun when it rose high enough to give me a bearing. I started walking, choosing a direction at random, trying to maintain a straight line. I called out, "Hello, is anyone there?" My voice sounded thin and lost in the vast silence. Only the echoes of my own fear answered. I walked for hours, pushing through thick undergrowth, scrambling over fallen trees, my sense of hope dwindling with every step. The forest seemed endless, trackless, swallowing me whole. The metallic sweet smell was constant now, a phantom scent clinging to my nostrils. Then I stumbled upon something, a clearing similar to the one with the altar but smaller, and in the center, a very old, dilapidated wooden cabin, even more decrepit than the Blackwood hut. Its roof had partially collapsed, its walls were leaning precariously, and several windows were just empty, gaping holes. My heart quickened, another cabin, another possible nexus. As I approached, I noticed a faded sign nailed to the door, barely clinging to the rotting wood. I squinted, trying to make out the words, "The Collector's Den." A collector, what did that mean? What did it collect? My mind immediately went to the logbooks, the names, the souls. I pushed open the rickety door, which groaned loudly but yielded. Inside, the cabin was even darker and more choked with debris than the Blackwood hut. Dust motes danced in the sparse beams of light filtering through the gaps in the roof. The metallic sweet smell was suffocatingly strong here. The interior was filled with shelves, most of them collapsed, covered in dust and cobwebs. But what was on the shelves, even in their ruined state, stopped me cold. They were effigies, hundreds of them. Small, crudely carved wooden figures, just like the ones on the trail and around the altar, but in varying states of completion and decay. Some were freshly carved, their wood pale and unweathered. Others were ancient, almost entirely consumed by rot and moss. They were arranged in rows on tables, even hanging from the rafters. A silent, terrifying army of empty-eyed figures. And amongst them, on a small, intact table in the center of the room, lit by a single, half-burnt candle, was a stack of journals. Not logbooks, but actual handwritten journals, bound in various materials, leather, rough cloth, even what looked like bark. Some were open, some closed, and scattered around them were crude carving tools, tiny knives and chisels, all coated in a layer of dust. My blood ran cold. This was the recording Mr. Hemlock had spoken of. This was where the witnesses came. This was the true Blackwood memorial. I picked up the closest journal, its leather cover stiff and brittle. I opened it carefully. The first page was filled with elegant, looping cursive, immediately recognizable as Alara Thorne's handwriting. But this wasn't just a name and a date. This was an actual entry, a journal entry. October 12th, 2023, the same date as her logbook entry in the hut. The isolation here is profound, exactly what I needed, a fresh start, but there's a strange energy, a sense of being watched. The air carries a scent I can't place, almost like copper and old flowers. The hut, it feels alive. The door closed itself. I heard whispers in the night, just at the edge of hearing. My electronics drained, all of them, but I'm not afraid, not exactly. It's more a sense of wonder, of a discovery. I found the drawing in the stove, the figures. The weeping moon, and I found the effigy outside. They call to me. They show me the way. It's an invitation. I feel drawn to understand them, to witness, and to record. My stomach churned. This was a direct account of her experience, mirroring mine almost exactly. But her reaction was different, not afraid, more a sense of wonder. And they call to me. They show me the way. She hadn't fled. She had accepted the invitation. I read the next entry, still in Alara's hand. October 13th, I followed the effigies. They led me to the clearing, to the altar. I saw the logbook there and the photograph. Sela's Blackwood, Elia's Vance, they were here, they witnessed. I felt a profound connection to them, a shared purpose. The whispering grew louder, they sang to me. Songs of ancient knowledge of the thin veil. They showed me how to carve, how to make the effigies of invitation, each one a piece of myself, an extension of my will, drawing others closer. I understood then, I am to be the new collector, the new weaver of threads. I must record their stories, my story, and invite the next. It feels right, it feels essential. My hands trembled so violently I almost dropped the journal. The new collector, the new weaver of threads, the effigies, her own effigies created to lure others. And the collector's den, she wasn't just a victim, she had become an agent, a pawn perhaps, but a willing one. I reached for another journal, this one bound in rough, dark cloth, its pages brittle with age. I opened it to a random page. The handwriting was scratchier, less elegant, but clear. August 20th, 1932, Elia's Vance. They followed me from the hut, the hollow ones. Their whispers penetrate my very bones. They spoke of the hunger of the thinning veil. They showed me the old carvings, the rites. They want me to record, to build, to invite, but I resist. I cannot. My mind, it feels like it's unraveling. I can still see their eyes, empty, hungry. I tried to burn the drawing, but it would not catch. It is a part of me now. They want me to make the effigies, to be their herald. I cannot. This was Elias Vance's true journal. The one Mr. Hemlock said was burned, but it was here. His words were a desperate plea, a struggle against the very thing Alara Thorne had embraced. He had resisted, he had been broken, and he had tried to warn others with the drawing. I flipped to an earlier entry in Elia's journal. August 15th, 1932, the same date as the drawing. I found something new today near the old growth, a clearing, an altar. The carvings there, they are not natural. They hum with a terrible energy. I felt drawn to it, pulled by an unseen force. Then I saw them, faint at first, like distortions in the air, but their eyes so empty. They whispered to me, whispers of a hunger, of a way through. They showed me the hut, said it was the doorway, said I was chosen to be a witness. And to prepare the way for others. I tried to flee, but they were all around me. They are waiting. His entry confirmed it all. The altar, the effigies, the role of the hut, the whispers, the invitation. He had been chosen to be the collector, but he had fought against it. Alara Thorne, decades later, had not. She had surrendered. I looked around the cabin, at the hundreds of effigies, at the carving tools. Each effigy represented a sacrifice, a piece of someone, or perhaps a means to draw someone else in. This was not just a collection. It was a library of trapped souls, a factory of lures. And then I saw it. On the small table amongst the journals and tools was a freshly carved effigy. Its wood was pale, almost white, indicating it had been recently made, and nestled beside it a small, dark object, a modern cell phone. My heart leapt into my throat. It was Julian Croft's phone. The screen was black. I picked it up. Its battery was completely drained, just like mine had been. But the presence of a freshly carved effigy and Julian Croft's phone indicated something horrifying. Alara Thorne had continued the work. She had followed Julian Croft, or perhaps he had been her first invitation after embracing the role of collector. She was creating new effigies, drawing new victims. A chilling thought struck me. If Alara Thorne had become the collector, carving effigies, writing journals, inviting others, then where was she now? If Elias Vance had fought and broken, what had happened to her after she embraced the role? Was she still here, somewhere in this cabin, or perhaps in the clearing? Was she one of the hollow ones, the very beings she was now serving? The metallic sweet smell intensified, becoming almost unbearable. I felt a cold breath on the back of my neck. I spun around, my knife clutched tightly. Nothing, just the shadows, the effigies, staring with their empty eyes. But I felt a presence, a malevolent, ancient presence watching me. I grabbed Alara Thorne's journal and Elias Vance's. I couldn't leave them here. These were vital pieces of the puzzle, crucial evidence. I also grabbed the photograph of Sela's Blackwood, knowing it contained an image of a hollow one. As I turned to leave, my eyes fell on a final, horrifying detail. On a low shelf in a darkened corner, almost hidden by shadow, were several human teeth. Old, yellowed, some chipped, some stained dark. They were not arranged in any particular order, just scattered there, a macabre collection. A shiver of pure revulsion ran through me. Waiting to be fed, Mr. Hemlock's words. What did they eat? I burst out of the cabin, gasping for breath into the still, dark forest. The air outside, though still heavy with the metallic scent, felt cleaner, less suffocating. I had found the heart of it, the collector's den, the factory of lures, and the terrible fate of those who succumbed. I knew with chilling certainty that I couldn't stay in this place another second. I had to get out. I had to get this information, these journals, these warnings, to the outside world. But I was lost, deeply, irrevocably lost in a wilderness that was actively trying to trap and consume me. My compass was useless, my electronics dead, my sense of direction shattered by fear and confusion. I started walking again, picking a direction at random, trying to remember any landmarks, any subtle shift in the terrain from my frantic flight last night. Every tree looked the same, every thicket identical. The forest was a maze designed to disorient and trap. The hours crawled by. The sun, when it finally broke through the dense canopy, was low in the sky, indicating it was late afternoon. My throat was raw, my stomach empty, my legs aching. I knew I was going in circles. The hollow ones were playing with me, driving me to exhaustion, waiting for me to succumb, to become another effigy. As desperation began to set in, a new sound reached my ears. Not the whispers, not the scraping, but a faint, rhythmic thump, thump, thump. It sounded mechanical, familiar. My heart leapt, a logging operation, a distant sound of civilization. I pushed towards it, renewed hope surging through my veins. The sounds grew louder, more distinct. It wasn't a chainsaw or heavy machinery. It was something smaller, more intimate. I crashed through a final thicket, emerging onto a narrow, overgrown trail. And there, about 50 yards ahead, was a small, ramshackle shack. It looked like an old trapper's cabin, or perhaps a very remote hunting lodge. Its roof was intact, a wisp of smoke curling from its crude chimney. And on the porch a man, an old man with a long gray beard and a weathered face, wearing a thick flannel shirt. He was sitting on a rough wooden bench, carving something with a small knife. Thump, thump, thump went the knife against the wood. My relief was so profound it almost buckled my knees. Another human being. Safety. "Hello," I croaked, my voice hoarse. "Hello, sir, I'm lost. I've been lost for hours." The man looked up, his carving knife pausing mid-stroke. His eyes, though aged, were startlingly clear and intense. He didn't smile. He just stared at me. "Lost are we," he rasped, his voice surprisingly deep and calm. "You look it. You look like you've seen things you shouldn't have." He put down his carving. It was an effigy, a freshly carved effigy, identical to the ones I had seen in the collector's den. My blood ran cold. The relief drained away, replaced by a fresh, sickening wave of terror. My mind reeled. The man was carving an effigy. He was making them. He slowly stood up, a tall, gaunt figure. His eyes, those intensely clear eyes, fixed on me. You carry their stories, don't you? He said, his voice soft, almost sympathetic. I can feel the weight of them. Elias, Alara, even young Julian, they cling to you. They whisper from your pack. My hand instinctively went to my pack, to the journals tucked inside. This man knew. He knew all of it. Who are you? I stammered, my heart pounding again. Oh, just a humble caretaker, he said, a faint, unsettling smile playing on his lips. Of the woods, of the stories, of the collection. My gaze darted to the effigy on his bench, then to the subtle outline of more effigies hanging from the eaves of his shack. This wasn't a trapper's cabin. It was another collector's den, or perhaps the original collector's den. You're making them, I whispered, barely able to force the words out. He chuckled, a dry, rustling sound like dead leaves. Someone has to keep the threads woven, keep the invitation open. It's a sacred duty, passed down through the generations, from Silas to me, and eventually to the next. Silas Blackwood, the invitation is accepted. This man was a descendant, or Silas himself, preserved by some unholy means. Silas Blackwood, I managed. My ancestor, he corrected, a hint of pride in his voice. He understood the call. He embraced it. He showed us the true path, not just a witness, but a shepherd, a keeper of the way. The way through, I said, remembering Elias Vance's words. They are almost through. Indeed, he nodded slowly. The veil thins. The world calls for balance, for cleansing, and they answer. Through the doorways we prepare, through the witnesses we gather, through the invitations we extend. He gestured towards the path behind him, a faint, barely visible trail winding into an even denser part of the forest. There are other places, deeper still, other altars, other collections. This is merely a waypoint, a hub. My mind reeled. Other places. Mr. Hemlock's warnings about a widespread network. You trapped me, I accused, my voice trembling with a mixture of fear and fury. You drained my batteries. You led me here. He merely shrugged. The forest guides the lost. It shows them what they seek, whether they realize it or not. You were searching for answers, Alex, and you found them. You are a witness, a very important witness. He took a step towards me, his eyes never leaving mine. You saw the hut, you saw the altar, you read their stories, you survived the hollow ones, and you returned with knowledge. You are now truly initiated, a weaver of your own kind. I'm not a weaver, I retorted, trying to sound defiant, but my voice wavered. I'm leaving. I'm going to expose this, to warn people. He smiled, a slow, patient smile that chilled me to the bone. Oh, you will, Alex. You already are. You have the journals. You have the stories. You will tell them. But the telling, it is also a thread, an invitation. It spreads the message. It weaves new connections. You will become their most effective herald yet. He took another step and another. I instinctively backed away, clutching my pack, my hand tightening on the journals within. My knife, still in my hand, felt laughably inadequate. You think you are fighting them, he said, his voice echoing with an unnerving resonance that seemed to come from more than just his throat. But you are merely playing your part. You were chosen. Your curiosity, your desire for meaning, your need to understand, it made you vulnerable. It made you perfect. He was close now, standing at the edge of the porch, blocking my path. His eyes seemed to bore into my very soul. The cycle continues, Alex. It always does. You will try to resist. You will try to fight. But eventually you will understand. You will accept, just like Silas, just like Alara. I could feel the malevolence radiating from him, from the cabin, from the effigies. It was an ancient, patient evil, woven into the very fabric of the mountains. He wasn't just a man. He was a keeper, a conduit, a part of the network. No, I whispered, shaking my head, backing away further. I won't accept. He extended a hand, his gnarled fingers reaching for me. Come, Alex, there is so much more to learn, so much more to record, so much more to invite. Your story is just beginning, your journey into the deep. I turned and ran, my exhaustion momentarily forgotten, fueled by a pure primal terror. I didn't care about the trail, about direction, about getting lost. I just needed to escape this man, this cabin, this horrifying revelation. I ran blindly, crashing through the forest, the keeper's chilling words echoing in my mind. He was right. My story was just beginning, and it was leading me deeper than I could ever have imagined, deeper into the nightmare. I ran, the keeper's voice a chilling echo in my ears, his words twisting my very being. You are their most effective herald yet. The forest, a blur of green and brown, became a tunnel of terror. Every snapped twig was a footstep behind me, every rustle of leaves a whispered accusation. My lungs burned, my legs screamed, but the primal need to escape that man, that shack, that horrifying revelation propelled me forward. I didn't care about direction, about getting lost. I just needed to put as much distance as possible between myself and the ancient evil he embodied. I pushed through tangled thickets, scratched my face on unseen branches, and stumbled over unseen roots. The ground was uneven, treacherous, but I barely registered the pain. My heart hammered against my ribs, a frantic drum against the oppressive silence of the deep woods. The metallic sweet smell, now permanently ingrained in my nostrils, followed me like a shadow. Hours bled into an eternity. The sun, a distant, dying ember, painted the treetops with hues of orange and purple, but down in the dense undergrowth, darkness was already beginning to gather. My fear was a constant, icy companion, making every shadow seem to writhe, every distant hoot of an owl sound like a mocking laugh. I knew I was still lost, probably going in circles, but the thought of stopping, of sitting still in this place, was unbearable. Then through a break in the trees I saw it, a faint, reddish glow flickering erratically against the deepening gloom. Fire, another fire. My first thought was a fresh wave of terror, the keeper. He had found me. But as I drew closer, cautious, my heart pounding, I realized the glow was too diffused, too large to be a single campfire. It was a building, and it was burning. I crept forward, trying to be silent, trying to understand. The metallic sweet scent was suddenly overpowered by the acrid stench of smoke and burning wood. I pushed through the last line of trees and gasped. It was the collector's den, the old, dilapidated cabin where I had found Alara Thorne's and Elias Vance's journals, was engulfed in flames. Tongues of fire licked greedily at the rotting wood, sending sparks and smoke swirling into the darkening sky. The roof, already partially collapsed, groaned and then crashed inward with a shower of embers. My mind reeled, who, how, and why. As I stood there, mesmerized by the destructive inferno, a flicker of movement caught my eye. Silhouetted against the raging fire, standing at the edge of the clearing, was a figure. Tall, gaunt, their form indistinct against the flickering light. They were just standing there, unmoving, watching the cabin burn. My blood ran cold, the hollow ones. As the fire roared, the heat intense even at a distance, I noticed something else. The hundreds of effigies, previously scattered throughout the cabin, were also consumed. Their empty eyes, which had seemed to stare at me with such malevolence, now dissolved into smoke and ash. The wooden figures, the library of trapped souls, the factory of lures, they were all being purified by the flames. I watched the figure by the clearing. They made no sound, no movement, just stood as a silent sentinel to the destruction. Was this their doing, a ritual of some kind, a cleansing? Then the figure slowly, deliberately turned its head. Its face, if it had one, was obscured by shadow and smoke, but I felt its gaze on me, a cold, alien awareness. I knew it saw me. It felt like a warning, a profound message of power and change. I didn't wait. The terror that had been simmering within me boiled over. I turned and fled again, away from the burning cabin, away from the silent watcher, away from the destructive power of whatever force was at play here. This was too much. The keeper, the hollow ones, the effigies, the ancient hunger, and now this inexplicable fire. I was a puppet, caught in a cosmic drama far beyond my comprehension. I ran until my lungs burned and my legs felt like lead. The glow of the fire eventually faded behind me, replaced by the suffocating darkness of the deep forest. I didn't know where I was going, but a single, desperate thought hammered in my mind. I have to get out of these woods. I tripped again, falling hard, my pack digging into my back. This time I didn't immediately get up. I lay there, gasping for air, the cold, damp earth seeping into my clothes. Exhaustion, physical and mental, finally claimed me. I couldn't move. I couldn't fight anymore. As I lay there helpless, a new sensation crept over me. Not fear, not dread, but a profound sense of quiet. The metallic sweet smell seemed to recede, replaced by the clean, sharp scent of pine and damp earth. The crushing weight of the forest seemed to lighten, the oppressive silence replaced by the gentle rustle of leaves in a faint breeze. My head still throbbed, but the acute panic began to fade, leaving behind a dull ache. I slowly sat up, leaning against the rough bark of a tree. The darkness was still absolute, but it felt different now. Less menacing, more natural. I fumbled for my phone. It was still dead. My headlamp, still dead. But the quietude, the sudden lack of malevolent presence was palpable. Had the fire done something, disrupted the veil, weakened the entity's hold, or was this merely a lull, a moment of respite before the next wave of terror? I spent the rest of the night huddled against the tree, too exhausted to move, too afraid to truly sleep. But the pervasive sense of dread, the feeling of being watched, was gone. It was replaced by a fragile, tentative peace. I held the journals of Alara Thorne and Elias Vance close, their physical presence a grounding force. These were my anchors, my proof of the nightmare. When the first pale light of dawn finally broke through the canopy, painting the forest in soft shades of gray and green, I slowly stood up. My body ached in every muscle, but my mind felt clearer, sharper than it had in days. The metallic smell was completely gone. I pulled out my compass. This time the needle swung smoothly, confidently, settling on magnetic north. A gasp escaped my lips. It was working. A small, impossible victory. Hope, fragile but persistent, bloomed in my chest. If the compass worked, then the draining influence was gone. The region was no longer under its direct sway. The fire, or whatever had caused it, had undeniably altered something profound. I took a deep breath, the clean mountain air filling my lungs. I studied the map, orienting myself with the compass and the rising sun. I had been driven deep, far off any established trails, but I could now plot a course. It wouldn't be easy, but I had a direction, a way out. I started walking carefully, methodically, conserving my energy. The forest still stretched out endlessly, but it no longer felt like a hostile, sentient entity. It was just a forest, albeit one that held terrible secrets. I pushed through the undergrowth, navigated around fallen trees, and listened to the sounds of nature, birds chirping, a distant stream gurgling, the wind sighing through the pines. These natural sounds, which had terrified me just yesterday, were now a source of immense comfort. My journey out was long and arduous. I had no food left and only a small amount of water, which I rationed carefully. Every step was a challenge, every muscle screaming in protest, but I was driven by a new resolve. I had these journals. I had witnessed, and I had escaped. I would not succumb. Late that afternoon, after hours of relentless trekking, I finally heard it, the faint, unmistakable drone of distant traffic, the sound of civilization. It was like music to my ears. I pushed harder, a surge of adrenaline propelling me forward. I burst out of the trees onto a gravel road, not the old logging road where my Jeep was parked, but a smaller, less maintained one. It was still a road. It was progress. I looked up and down, disoriented for a moment, then I saw it. A faint trail marker, familiar in its design, albeit faded by time. It was the same design as the one that had marked the Blackwood Memorial Trail, but this one was different. No chilling symbol, no went deeper inscription. Just a simple, almost generic park trail marker. I followed the road, my legs aching, my mind a blur of exhaustion and relief. I still had miles to go, but I was out. I was truly out. After another hour of walking, I finally reached a paved road. It was small, leading to a remote trailhead, but it was paved. The sight of freshly painted yellow lines and smooth asphalt brought tears to my eyes. My phone, which I had forgotten about, suddenly buzzed in my pocket. A single bar, then two, then a full signal. It was fully charged, just like that. The instant I hit civilization, the connection to the entity was severed, and my electronics were fully restored. The sheer impossibility of it, the blatant defiance of natural law, sent a fresh shiver down my spine. The power, whatever it was, knew its boundaries. I checked my contacts, my finger hovering over the emergency services. But what would I say? How could I explain? They would dismiss me, send me for a psychiatric evaluation. I had no physical evidence, save for the journals and the photograph. But even those would be seen as the ramblings of a traumatized, disoriented hiker. No, I had to do this differently. I pulled out Alara's journal, then Elia's. I stared at the photograph of Sela's Blackwood, the faint, wavering figure of a hollow one lurking in the background. These were my proof, my terrible burden. I needed to tell someone, yes, but not just anyone. Someone who might believe me, someone who could help me understand, who could help me fight back. I had come to the mountains to get lost, to clear my head, to find a new direction, and I had, but the direction I found was terrifying, ancient, and utterly consuming. I was no longer just a hiker, I was a witness, a survivor, and now, by the Keeper's chilling decree, a herald. I looked down at the journals in my hands, Alara Thorne's elegant script describing her descent into complicity, Elias Vance's desperate pleas documenting his heroic resistance, and Sela's Blackwood's acceptance. I had stumbled into a generations-long nightmare, a hidden war being waged on the fringes of perception. And now I was a part of it. I pulled out my own journal, the simple spiral notebook I had started writing in just days ago. My hand, though still shaky, felt a new purpose. I opened to a blank page and began to write, trying to put down everything that had happened since I last penned a line. The collector's den, the hundreds of effigies, the fire, the hollow one, the keeper, his chilling pronouncements. I detailed my escape, the sudden return of functionality to my electronics, the fragile peace that now held. I realized then that the Keeper was right about one thing. I was writing their story, my story, and in doing so I was indeed weaving new threads. The act of documenting, of sharing, was a form of participation, a very dangerous participation. My first thought was to find Mr. Hemlock. He was the only person who had believed me, who truly understood. He had warned me not to go back, but he had also said, "You tell your story, but not too loudly, not to the wrong ears." He was the key. He had seen the cycle before. Maybe, just maybe, he knew how to break it. I walked the rest of the way to the nearest town, a small logging community called Pine Ridge, still some distance from Three Pines. I didn't want to go back to Three Pines immediately. I needed time to think, to plan. I needed to assess the situation. The keeper knew I was a witness. He knew I had the journals. He would be expecting me. I checked into a cheap motel, similar to the one I'd stayed in before, but this time it felt less like a fortress and more like a temporary hideout. The world outside felt menacing, the shadows deeper, the air charged with an unseen tension. I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched, not by the hollow ones, but by the keeper himself, or by some other unseen agents of the entity. His chilling calm, his pronouncements about my role haunted me. My focus narrowed. What was my purpose now? I was a witness who escaped, a herald, as the keeper had termed me. But I would not be his herald. I would be a herald against him. I would fight. But how do you fight an ancient hunger, a dimensional rift, a fragment of a god? How do you fight something that operates on a plane beyond human comprehension, siphoning life, twisting minds, and drawing people into a cycle of sacrifice and collection? I spent the next few days in Pine Ridge trying to process everything. I ate, I slept fitfully, but my mind was constantly racing. I reviewed the journals, reading every word, searching for clues, for weaknesses, for anything that could be used against the entity and its keeper. Ilara's journal was a descent into darkness, a detailed account of her growing acceptance of the entity's call, her learning how to carve effigies, her joy in becoming the collector. It described the whispers becoming songs, the fear turning to wonder, the loneliness transforming into a profound sense of belonging. Her last entry was dated October 15th, just 3 days after her initial entry in the Blackwood Hut logbook. It spoke of preparing for the deepest journey, of joining the chorus, of becoming truly woven. No mention of leaving the collector's den or of Julian Croft's fate directly, but the implication was clear. She had gone deeper, perhaps beyond the veil, becoming one of the Hollow Ones herself, a permanent extension of the entity. Elias Vance's journal, by contrast, was a testament to resilience and despair. His entries chronicled a desperate struggle against the entity's influence. He described the whispers as maddening, the effigies as grotesque, the calling as a horrifying desecration. He wrote of his attempts to flee, of his mind being attacked, of his fevered efforts to write down warnings and hide them, hoping someone would find them and understand. His last entry was a fragmented, almost illegible scrawl, dated August 25, 1932, a few days after he was found, incoherent. "They are waiting, the hunger, the veil, I cannot, I must warn them of Sila's. He accepts the invitation." He had struggled to his last breath, trying to warn of Silas Blackwood's complicity. Silas Blackwood, the patriarch, the one who accepted the invitation, the keeper's ancestor. The photograph of him, with the faint hollow one lurking in the background, was a chilling testament to his role. I began to construct a timeline, cross-referencing dates and events. Elias Vance, found August 15, 1932, dies in early September. Silas Blackwood's invitation accepted is dated October 1, 1938. Julian Croft is recorded September 28, 2023. Ilara Thorne October 12, 2023, and goes deeper by October 15th. I was there October 19th. The pattern was unsettlingly clear, a consistent, cyclical nature of the entity's activity, marked by the arrival of a new witness and a new collector. decades, or even a century passing between major events, but the cycle always continued. And now I was the next variable in that cycle. My phone rang, making me jump. It was an unknown number. I hesitated, then answered. Alex, a voice, old and raspy, crackled through the phone. Is that you, young Un? My blood ran cold. Mr. Hemlock. Mr. Hemlock, how did you get my number? No matter how, he said, his voice grave. I heard about the fire, the collector's den. It burned, didn't it? I felt it. A tremor in the land, a disruption. Yes, I confirmed, my voice hushed. It burned, I saw it, and I found the journals, Ilara S. and Elias Vance S. They were there in the cabin, along with hundreds of effigies. A long silence on the other end. Then Mr. Hemlock sighed. So, it changes, but it does not end. The keeper, he is Silas's grandson. He carries the blood. He carries the duty. He felt the fire too, I imagine, and he felt your defiance. He called me a herald, I said, my voice heavy with bitterness. He thinks I'll spread his message. And so you shall, Mr. Hemlock said, his voice surprisingly calm. But you will spread it as a warning, not an invitation. That is the difference. That is your purpose. That is your fight. How do I fight it, Mr. Hemlock? How do I fight an ancient evil? I asked, a desperate plea in my voice. You speak its name, Alex. You uncover its methods. You make it known, but you must be careful. It will not make it easy. And the keeper, he will seek to bring you back into the fold, or silence you. He sees you as a lost lamb, a powerful new thread to be rewoven into his tapestry. He knows I have the journals, I said, stating the terrifying truth. Then you carry a great weight and a great danger, Mr. Hemlock replied. Those journals are proof. They are knowledge. They are the key to understanding. And they are precisely what the keeper cannot allow to be truly revealed. He will want them back, or he will want them destroyed, or he will want you to keep them for him as the new recorder. What do I do? I asked, my voice barely a whisper. You come to me, he said, his voice firm. Come to Three Pines. I have been watching this thing for longer than you know. My family, we have been witnesses. We have kept records, too. Not the kind the keeper keeps, but warnings, counterthreads. Come, we will talk, and we will plan. You have opened a door, Alex, and now you must decide if you will walk through it as a herald or as a warrior. The phone clicked and the line went dead. I stared at the blank screen, my heart pounding. A warrior. The word resonated deep within me, displacing the fear, stirring a nascent sense of resolve. I had been lost, afraid, a victim, but no longer. I had the journals, I had Mr. Hemlock, I had a path. I packed my meager belongings, securing the journals and the photograph deep within my pack. I would go to Three Pines. I would meet Mr. Hemlock. I would learn, and I would fight. The drive back to Three Pines felt different this time. Less like an escape, more like a journey with purpose. The mountains, still looming large and imposing in my rearview mirror, no longer felt like a cage, but a battleground. I arrived in Three Pines just as dusk settled, painting the sky in hues of deep violet. The town, which had seemed quaint and sleepy before, now felt like a bastion, a fragile outpost against the creeping darkness. I found Mr. Hemlock's address, a small, unassuming house on the edge of town, surrounded by a meticulously kept garden. He was waiting for me on the porch, a tall, gaunt figure silhouetted against the warm glow of his living room. His expression was serious, unsmiling. Come in, Alex, he said, his voice quiet. We have much to discuss. I stepped inside, into a home filled with the scent of old books, pipe tobacco, and something faintly herbal. The living room was cluttered, filled with shelves overflowing with ancient-looking tomes, strange artifacts, and maps. This was no ordinary house. It was a sanctuary of knowledge, a hidden archive. Mr. Hemlock led me to a worn armchair by a crackling fireplace. The warmth was a welcome comfort after the chill of the mountains and the fear in my heart. He sat opposite me, his gaze steady and unwavering. "First, the journals," he said, holding out a hand. "Let me see them." I unzipped my pack and handed them over. Elara Thorne S., Elias Vance S., and the photograph of Silas Blackwood. He took them reverently, his gnarled fingers carefully turning the brittle pages, his eyes scanning the elegant script and the desperate scrawl. He paused at the photograph, his brow furrowing as he studied the faint figure in the background. "As I feared," he murmured, his voice low. "Silas. He was one of their most effective. He accepted the invitation, yes, but he also broadened their reach. He began the systematic collection, establishing the pathways, the altars. The hut was just the beginning, the collector's den that was his magnum opus." "But it burned," I interjected, remembering the inferno. "Indeed," Mr. Hemlock nodded, closing the journals and placing them gently on a small table beside him. "A significant event, a disruption. It means the Hollow Ones acted, or perhaps the Keeper, or something else entirely. The balance is shifting, Alex, and you, by simply surviving, have become a catalyst." He picked up a small, intricately carved wooden bird from a nearby shelf, turning it over and over in his hands. "My family has lived in these parts for generations. We are watchers, we document, we warn, we are the counter-threads, as I told you. We are not strong enough to stop it, not directly, but we can mitigate its power. We can starve it of attention, as I said, and when it demands more, when the veil thins, we work to protect those who are lost." "So you knew about the Keeper, about Silas Blackwood." "We knew of the lineage," he confirmed, "and we knew of the methods. The Blackwoods, they were seduced by the promise of knowledge, of power beyond mortal ken. They believed they could control it, command it. They were fools. No one controls that. It merely allows itself to be fed, and when it is truly sated, when the veil is thin enough, it will consume everything." He put the wooden bird back, his eyes fixed on me. "You are now carrying the knowledge, the names, the methods. This makes you both incredibly valuable and incredibly vulnerable. The Keeper will come for you, Alex. He will use your own curiosity, your desire for justice, your need to protect others, to lure you back into his web." "How can I fight him?" I asked, my voice firm despite the tremor in my hands. "You begin by understanding," he said. "The entity thrives on certain conditions: isolation, despair, a sense of being lost. It preys on those who seek answers, those who feel a void within them. It offers purpose, belonging, knowledge, but it gives only oblivion." He stood up and walked over to a large, old map pinned to a wall. It was a topographical map of the Cascades, but it was covered in hand-drawn symbols, old notes, and faded markings. Red circles highlighted areas, connected by thin, almost invisible lines. "The Blackwood hut," he pointed to a small red circle, "is one of many doorways. The collector's den was a hub, but there are others, older, deeper. They are all connected like arteries in a vast, unseen body. Each one a place where the veil is thin, where it can reach out. The effigies are its senses, its lures. And the journals, the names, the records, they are its nourishment, its invitation." "So the fire at the collector's den, was that a good thing?" "It is a disruption," Mr. Hemlock mused. "It destroys a portion of the collection, weakens a hub, but it does not destroy the entity itself. It merely scatters its power, forces it to adapt. And the Keeper, he will merely find another place, begin a new collection, or he will find you." He turned from the map, his gaze serious. We must warn people, but not openly. The authorities will not believe you. The public will dismiss it as folklore. And if we draw too much attention to it, the entity will only grow stronger, feed on the fear and belief. It's a delicate balance. So what's the plan? I asked, feeling a surge of purpose. We begin by using what you have, he said, gesturing to the journals. These are critical. They are proof of the cycle, proof of the keeper's lineage, proof of the entity's methods. We study them. We cross-reference them with my family's archives. We look for patterns, for weaknesses. He then looked directly at me. And you, Alex, you are a unique variable. You embraced the call of curiosity, but you defied the invitation to succumb. You fled. You carry the journals. You were marked, but you did not accept. This makes you dangerous to them. You are an anomaly, and the keeper will not tolerate anomalies. You said he would come for me, I reiterated, a cold knot tightening in my stomach. He will, Mr. Hemlock confirmed. He will try to lure you back. He will try to make you understand, to embrace your supposed destiny as a herald. And if that fails, he will try to silence you, permanently. He walked over to a locked wooden cabinet and opened it, revealing a collection of strange, ancient tools. A heavy, silver-bladed knife with intricate carvings, a small leather pouch filled with dried herbs, and several small wooden charms, similar to the effigies but clearly different, with different symbols carved into them. My family's tools, he explained, picking up one of the wooden charms. Warding, protection. They are old ways, Alex, simple but effective against certain manifestations, against the whispers, against the lures. He handed me one. It was a small, smooth piece of dark wood, carved with a spiral symbol that seemed to absorb the light. Keep this with you. Wear it. It will help ground you. It will help shield your mind from their subtle influence. I took the charm, feeling its cool, smooth surface against my palm. It was a tangible piece of comfort, a sign that I wasn't alone in this fight. You need rest, Mr. Hemlock said, his voice softening slightly. Tomorrow we begin. You will stay here in my home. It is warded. It is safe, for now. He led me to a small, spare room, clean and simple, with a comfortable bed. As I lay there, the fire in the living room crackling softly, the strange charm clutched in my hand, my mind raced. I was no longer lost. I had a guide, a purpose. But the fight ahead was immense, terrifying, and fraught with unseen dangers. The keeper was out there, an agent of an ancient hunger, and he knew I held the key to his family's dark secrets, and he would stop at nothing to get them back. I was a target. My journey had taken a turn I could never have imagined. I had sought solitude, peace, a fresh start. Instead, I had stumbled into a generations-old war against an unholy entity, a war I was now irrevocably entangled in. I was no longer a lost hiker. I was a pawn in a cosmic struggle, and my next move could determine not just my own fate, but the fate of others, those still vulnerable to the entity's chilling invitation. I knew with a certainty that both terrified and invigorated me, that this was only the beginning of my true purpose. The quiet hum of Mr. Hemlock's house felt like a fragile shield against the vast, dark wilderness outside. The warmth from the fireplace chased away the physical chill, but the cold dread in my heart remained. I sat in the worn armchair, the small, carved wooden charm a cool weight in my palm, listening intently as Mr. Hemlock spoke. The journals are a treasure, he began, his voice low, his gnarled fingers carefully smoothing the cover of Elara Thorne's book. They lay bare the entity's methods, Elara's descent, Elia's resistance, two sides of the same coin, both serving to illuminate the truth. And Sila's Blackwood, his acceptance, his deepening involvement, it all paints a clearer picture. He picked up Elias Vance's journal, his eyes scanning the desperate, faded script. Elias was strong. He fought for his sanity, for his soul. His resistance, his refusal to fully embrace the role of collector, that's what ultimately led to his breaking. The entity, it doesn't tolerate defiance. It wants complete surrender. It wants willing servants, not struggling captives. But he still tried to warn people, I murmured, remembering the drawing he'd hidden in the stove. Indeed, Mr. Hemlock nodded, a flicker of admiration in his ancient eyes. A desperate, final act of defiance, to leave a breadcrumb trail for those who might follow, hoping they would understand. And you, Alex, you found it. You were meant to. You were the anomaly, the variable they didn't account for. You were supposed to be the next to succumb, to become another collector. Instead, you found Elias' warning, you resisted, and you escaped. He then picked up the photograph of Silas Blackwood, studying the faint, wavering figure in the background. Silas, my ancestor, he said, a hint of sorrow in his voice. He wasn't a bad man, not at first. He was a visionary, ambitious. He saw the potential for power in the mountains, in the land. When the lumber company started failing, he sought alternative means. The entity offered him what he craved: knowledge, influence, control over the unpredictable elements of nature. He believed it would make his company prosper. Instead, it made him its puppet. He started making the effigies, building the altars, I asked, recalling Elias' final, fragmented entry. He did more than that, Mr. Hemlock replied, his gaze returning to the map on the wall. Silas, under the entity's influence, became the architect of the modern collection system. He identified other thin grounds in the region, establishing new doorways, new altars. He taught his family, those he trusted, the methods, the carving of effigies, the subtle whispers, the art of invitation. He created a lineage of keepers, a network of servants, all dedicated to feeding the entity and expanding its reach. He pointed to several red circles on the map, scattered across different mountain ranges. Each of these represents a known site: a hut, a cave, an abandoned cabin, places where the veil is weak, places where the entity can reach out, can lure the lost. The Blackwood hut was a primary node, but the collector's den was Silas's masterwork, a centralized hub for the effigies, the journals, the active invitations. And it burned, I repeated, still trying to grasp the implications. A significant setback for the keeper, Mr. Hemlock said, a faint, grim smile touching his lips. The collection, all those years of work, destroyed. It will weaken its influence in this immediate area for a time. It will force the entity to adapt, to seek new methods, new pathways. But it is not a victory, Alex, merely a battle won, not the war. The figure I saw, I said, describing the gaunt, unmoving silhouette against the flames. Was that the keeper, or one of the hollow ones? More likely a hollow one, he mused. The keeper would be more subtle. He would not expose himself so directly. He would observe from the shadows, perhaps even direct the hollow ones in the act of destruction. It suggests a swift, decisive action from the entity's side, a purging of a compromised asset, or perhaps a reassertion of power. The fire could have been a punishment for your escape, a warning to you, and a new strategy. He picked up a heavy, leather-bound book from a nearby shelf, its pages brittle with age. My family, the Hemlocks, we are a counterthread to the Blackwoods. Where they sought to embrace and serve, we sought to understand and resist. We have our own collection of knowledge, warnings, wards, observations of the entity's patterns. This journal, passed down through generations, contains what we know, the counterthreads as we call them. He opened the book, revealing elegant, looping script, similar to Alara-S, but filled with complex symbols and intricate drawings. These are not invitations, Alex. These are safeguards. Each symbol, each word is designed to repel, to confuse, to hide. We have learned to recognize the signs, to track the entity's influence, to identify potential doorways, and to subtly guide people away from them. We are not warriors in the traditional sense. We are librarians, cartographers of the spiritual landscape, wardens of the invisible. So what do we do now? I asked, feeling a renewed surge of purpose. How do we use this knowledge? We continue to learn, he said, his eyes sharp. You will read these journals, Alex, all of them. Ilara's, Elias, and mine. You will immerse yourself in the entity's methods, in the history of its influence. You will learn to recognize its whispers, its lures, and you will learn to protect yourself. That charm I gave you, the spiral symbol, it is a basic ward against mental suggestion. But there are others. Physical wards, verbal incantations. We will build your defenses. He led me to a large wooden table in the center of the room, covered with an array of strange objects. Dried herbs in small pouches, smooth river stones, bundles of intricately carved twigs, and small vials of shimmering liquid. These are the tools of our trade, simple, drawn from the earth, but imbued with intent and focused energy. They work by creating subtle disruptions in the veil, making it harder for the entity to reach through, to perceive, to influence. They create a kind of spiritual static. Over the next few days, Mr. Hemlock became my mentor, my guide into a world I never knew existed. I devoured the journals, my mind struggling to reconcile the mundane reality of the world with the ancient, cosmic horror documented within their pages. Ilara Thorne's journal was a chilling read. It began with her initial awe and curiosity, her feeling of being chosen. She described the whispers growing from indistinct murmurings to clear, coherent messages, urging her to carve the effigies, to write the invitations. She wrote of how the entity communicated, not with words, but with a flood of images, emotions, and a deep, seductive sense of purpose. She described the process of carving an effigy as a spiritual act, a transfer of intent, a part of herself infused into the wood, connecting it to the entity and to potential victims. Her entries became increasingly detached, her prose flowing with an almost poetic darkness as she embraced her role as collector, reveling in the power she felt. She celebrated the arrivals of Julian Croft and others, seeing them not as victims, but as necessary components of a grand, unfolding design. Her last entry spoke of the great weaving, of her spirit joining the chorus of the deep, confirming Mr. Hemlock's suspicions. She had crossed over, becoming a hollow one herself. Elias Vance's journal, in stark contrast, was a testament to suffering. His early entries were filled with fear and confusion, a man grappling with something utterly beyond his comprehension. He detailed the whispers as torturous, mocking, designed to break his will. He described seeing the hollow ones, not as distant figures, but as tormentors, haunting his waking hours and his dreams. He wrote of his desperate attempts to escape the hut, to destroy the altars, to resist the compulsion to carve. His entries were filled with self-doubt, pleas for mercy, and fragmented warnings. He recounted how Silas Blackwood had embraced the entity's call, how he had become a willing servant, actively preparing the doorways and encouraging others to follow. Elias' final entries were barely legible, a spiral of madness and defiance, repeating, "They are waiting." He builds the path, do not follow. Mr. Hemlock's family journal, The Counterthreads, was a dense and fascinating read. It contained centuries of observations, detailing the entity's cyclical activity, its preferred prey, the lost, the curious, the ambitious, and the gradual expansion of its influence. It spoke of periods of dormancy, when the veil would thicken, and periods of intense activity, when the entity would make its presence strongly felt. It detailed protective rituals, herbal remedies for warding off its mental influence, and methods for identifying the thin grounds. There were drawings of symbols, similar to the one on my charm, each with a specific purpose: to ground, to conceal, to sever subtle connections. The entity, it feeds on consciousness, Mr. Hemlock explained one evening, tracing a line on the map with his finger. Not just fear, but attention, curiosity. The act of becoming aware of it, of acknowledging its existence, gives it strength. That's why the Keeper wants you to be a herald, to spread its story, to bring it into the collective consciousness, even if as a warning. The more people who know, the more people who believe, the stronger it becomes. It's a parasitic consciousness, a thought form that grows by resonance. So by reading these journals, by talking about it, aren't we feeding it? I asked, a fresh wave of dread washing over me. It's a fine line, Alex, he admitted, but there is a difference between blind belief and informed understanding. We are not offering it worship. We are dissecting it. We are exposing its patterns. We are learning to fight it. And by knowing its lures, we can protect others from them. We can become a shield, not a portal. He taught me the importance of intent. Everything relies on intent, he emphasized. The effigies are lures because the carver intends them to be so. Our wards are protective because we intend them to be. Your will, your focus, that is your greatest weapon against its influence. It thrives on doubt, on despair, on confusion. Maintain clarity. Maintain your resolve. He taught me simple warding chants, quiet affirmations to repeat when I felt the familiar pull of unease. He showed me how to burn specific herbs like dried cedar and sage to cleanse a space, to create a barrier against subtle influences. He even taught me how to recognize the telltale shift in the air, the faint metallic sweet scent, the buzzing in my ears that signaled proximity to a thin ground. One night I woke in a cold sweat. The dreams had begun. Vivid, disturbing images of the Blackwood hut, of the clearing with the altar, of the effigies glowing with malevolent green light. The hollow ones danced around me, their whispers no longer indistinct, but forming clear, seductive words. Come back. There is more to see, more to understand. You are meant for this. I sat bolt upright, heart pounding, the charm in my hand. Mr. Hemlock appeared in the doorway almost immediately, a small lamp in his hand, his eyes calm and knowing. The Keeper's call, he stated, his voice quiet. He knows you have the journals. He knows you are learning. He will try to turn your own mind against you. He will prey on your curiosity, on your desire for justice. Do not heed him. Focus on the charm. Focus on your intent. Repeat the chant. I did, my voice trembling at first, then growing stronger. The whispers in my mind slowly faded, replaced by the warmth of the charm and the reassuring presence of Mr. Hemlock. He will try again, Mr. Hemlock warned, and his lures will grow stronger. He will try to make you doubt your path, to convince you that this fight is futile. That joining him, embracing the entity, is the only way to truly understand, to truly stop it. It's a seductive lie, Alex. Do not fall for it. The dreams continued, each one more vivid, more compelling than the last. Sometimes I was at the burning collector's den, and the hollow ones would point at me, their empty eyes glowing, their whispers urging me to rebuild. Sometimes I was back in the Blackwood hut, and Alara Thorne herself would appear, her face serene, her eyes shining with an unnatural light, telling me of the peace and knowledge she had found in surrender. Her words, though insidious, were unnervingly convincing. She described a communion with ancient truths, a release from earthly anxieties. It was a tempting vision, a dark mirror of the peace I had originally sought. But each time I fought back, I clung to the charm, to the chance, to Elias Vance's desperate defiance. I reminded myself of the teeth in the collector's den, of the suffering of those who were truly lost. I remembered Mr. Hemlock's words, "It feeds on consciousness. I would not be its food." One morning, after a particularly vivid and unsettling dream, I woke with a new resolve. "Mr. Hemlock," I said, finding him at his breakfast table, sipping herbal tea, "we can't just wait here. We have to act. If the keeper is out there, building new collections, finding new doorways, we need to find them first. We need to cut off his supply lines." Mr. Hemlock looked at me, a flicker of something akin to pride in his eyes. "A warrior's resolve at last. I have been waiting for this. It is a dangerous path, Alex, to actively seek out the veil's thin points, but perhaps it is necessary. The fire at the den was a disruption. We must capitalize on it." "The map," I said, pointing to the ancient, marked map on the wall. The other red circles. Are these the keeper's current targets, or older hubs? "Some are older hubs established by Silas, still occasionally active," he explained. "Others are potential thin grounds, places we've observed signs of influence but not yet full activity. The entity shifts its focus. It adapts. We need to identify where its attention is now, where the keeper is most likely to be setting up a new collection." He traced a specific circle with his finger, deep in a more remote, less traveled section of the Cascades. "This one, the old Ravenwood mine, an abandoned gold mine deep in a forgotten valley. It's always held a dark energy, even before Silas. My ancestors documented strange occurrences there even in the late 1800s, and in recent months, the subtle readings, the fluctuations in the veil, they've increased significantly around that area." "The keeper's new den," I surmised, my stomach tightening. "Likely," Mr. Hemlock nodded grimly. "It fits his pattern. A remote, isolated location, rich in geological anomalies that make the veil particularly thin, far from any established trails, perfect for luring the lost without interference." "We need to go," I said, standing up. "Not we, Alex," he corrected gently. "I am old. My place is here, guarding the knowledge, maintaining the wards, continuing the research. Your place is in the field. You are nimble, you are adaptable, and you have experienced the entity's direct influence and resisted. You are uniquely equipped for this, but you will not go unprepared." He spent the next 2 days equipping me. We went over the map in minute detail, plotting routes, identifying potential dangers. He gave me a specialized kit, small pouches of powerful cleansing herbs, intricately carved wooden stakes designed to temporarily disrupt the veil, small phials of a shimmering, dark liquid he called Veilsight Elixir, to sharpen my senses at a thin ground, and a more potent warding charm, a silver pendant carved with a complex, swirling knot. "This charm," he explained, holding up the silver pendant, "is far stronger than the wooden one. It will actively repel negative influence, creating a small zone of clarity around you. Wear it at all times. Do not take it off. Its protection is absolute, but it requires your unwavering faith in its power. Doubt is a crack in the shield." He also gave me a small, finely crafted knife, its blade made of obsidian, with a hilt wrapped in dark leather. Obsidian is volcanic glass, born of the earth's fury. It has a natural resonance with warding energy. This knife is not for fighting physical opponents, Alex. It is for cutting threads, for severing connections, for carving wards onto surfaces. It is a tool of intent. I felt a profound sense of responsibility, of grim determination settling within me. This wasn't just about my own survival anymore. It was about stopping the keeper, about protecting others from the entity. As I prepared my pack, double-checking my gear, the phone rang. It was an unknown number. I looked at Mr. Hemlock. He nodded slowly. "Answer it," He knows you're leaving. He wants to talk to you. I answered, my heart pounding. Hello. Alex, a deep, calm voice filled my ear, the keeper. I knew you would choose this path, the path of righteous indignation, so predictable. My grandfather, Silas, chose a similar path at first, resistance, denial, but the truth always wins. I'm not like Silas, I retorted, my voice firm, despite the tremor in my hands. I'm not going to serve your entity. You already do, he chuckled, a dry, rustling sound that sent a shiver down my spine. You carry its stories. You spread its name. You are its most effective herald yet. You have drawn attention to it, just as it desired. The fire at the den was merely a redirection, a clearing of old channels to make way for the new, more potent, more insidious. I'm going to stop you, I said, my voice gaining strength. You believe you are the hero of this tale, he mused, his voice filled with an unsettling amusement. But you are merely a character, playing your part in a much grander narrative. The veil is thinning, Alex. The world is ripe for change, for cleansing, and the entity is merely providing what is needed: balance, renewal. It needs the lost to cross over, yes, but it also needs the defiant, the curious, the ones who challenge it, because in challenging, they validate. In fighting, they acknowledge, and in acknowledging, they feed. I'm going to the Ravenwood mine, I stated, hoping to throw him off to assert my knowledge. A soft sigh on the other end. Ah yes, Ravenwood, a beautiful place, so rich in potential and so very deep. You will find much to interest you there, Alex. So many stories to collect, so many threads to weave. His voice took on a more personal, almost persuasive tone. Come, Alex, don't fight this. Join me. We can work together to truly understand, to truly control. Imagine the knowledge we could uncover, the power we could wield. The entity offers purpose, Alex. A purpose far grander than your petty human desires. It offers belonging, immortality. You felt its call, don't deny it. Never, I hissed, my hand tightening on the obsidian knife. Such a waste of potential, he sighed, his voice tinged with a faint, theatrical regret. Very well, but know this, Alex. The mountains are vast, the veil is thin in many places, and I am always watching, always listening. You carry the journals, yes, but they are merely reflections of a greater truth, a truth that you are only beginning to glimpse, a truth that will eventually consume you one way or another. The line went dead. I stared at the phone, my heart pounding, but a strange calm settled over me. He thought he had me. He thought he could manipulate me, predict my every move, but he underestimated the strength of human defiance, the power of choice. I wouldn't be consumed, I would fight. Mr. Hemlock placed a hand on my shoulder. He is subtle, he is dangerous, but he underestimates the strength of a prepared mind, Alex. Now go and be vigilant. Do not underestimate him, but do not fear him. I shouldered my pack, the obsidian knife and silver pendant secure on my person. I said my goodbyes to Mr. Hemlock, a silent vow passing between us. His home, a beacon of knowledge and safety, was now behind me. Ahead lay the untamed wilderness and the Ravenwood mine, a new battleground in this unseen war. The drive was long, taking me deeper into the mountains than I had ever gone before. The paved roads eventually gave way to rough gravel, then to barely discernible tracks, winding through dense, ancient forests. My Jeep, the familiar rumble of its engine a small comfort, handled the treacherous terrain with surprising resilience. As I drove, I felt the subtle shift in the air, the familiar metallic sweet scent beginning to creep in through the open windows. My silver pendant warmed slightly against my skin, a silent warning. The wilderness was growing heavier, the veil thinning. I found the trailhead to the Ravenwood mine at dusk. It was nothing more than a rusted, leaning signpost, almost completely swallowed by overgrown moss and ivy, marking what looked like a long-abandoned logging road. No Blackwood Memorial Trail sign here, no effigies greeting me at the start. The keeper was being more subtle this time, or perhaps he was waiting for me deeper within. I parked the Jeep as best I could, partially obscured by a thicket of pines, and double-checked my gear. My phone, still fully charged, was now within the entity's zone of influence. I placed it in a special pouch Mr. Hemlock had given me, lined with lead foil and consecrated herbs, a crude Faraday cage designed to protect electronics from the draining effect. My headlamp and backup flashlight, equipped with fresh, undrained batteries, were also secured. The obsidian knife and silver pendant were on my person, their presence a constant, reassuring weight. I also carried a small pouch of cleansing herbs and a few carved wooden stakes. The sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in fiery streaks of orange and blood red. The forest around me was already plunged into deep twilight. The silence was absolute, pressing in on me like a physical weight. I took a deep breath, the cold mountain air sharp in my lungs. My heart hammered, a mix of fear and grim determination. I knew this was a trap. I knew the keeper was waiting. But I had to go. I had to find what lay within the Ravenwood mine. I had to learn the entity's secrets, its new methods, its new lures. I had to fight. I stepped onto the overgrown track, the soft crunch of pine needles beneath my boots the only sound. The trees here were older, taller, their branches interlacing into a dense canopy that swallowed the last vestiges of daylight. The air grew still, heavy with the metallic sweet scent, now more potent, more cloying. As I moved deeper, the silver pendant against my chest grew noticeably warmer, a faint tingling sensation spreading across my skin. It was working. It was pushing back against the subtle influence, the whispers that even now, at the very edge of my perception, seemed to brush against my mind. The path twisted and turned, barely visible. After what felt like an hour of relentless trekking, the terrain began to change. The ground became rockier, the trees sparser, replaced by jagged cliffs and outcrops of dark stone. The air grew colder, and a faint, acrid smell, like damp earth and ozone, joined the metallic sweetness. This was the scent of the mine. I found the entrance suddenly. It was a gaping maw in the side of the mountain, a dark, rectangular opening shored up by rotten timbers. A deep, cold draft emanated from within, carrying with it a profound sense of ancient stillness, of something slumbering. It felt like the mouth of a beast. Above the entrance, nailed crookedly to a decaying timber, was a crudely carved wooden sign, bleached gray by time and weather. The words, though faded, were still legible. RAV and WOOD mine, deep paths. And beneath it, scrawled in faint, almost imperceptible red paint, was the same symbol I had seen on the Blackwood Memorial Trail marker, the rough circle with a single line slashing through it horizontally, and two smaller lines curving inwards from the top and bottom, like a weeping eye, the entity's symbol. My blood ran cold, deep path. The keeper's words echoed in my mind, so very deep. This wasn't just a mine, it was a new doorway, a new, more profound entry point into the entity's domain. I activated my headlamp, its powerful beam cutting through the absolute darkness that waited within the mine entrance. The light was steady, strong. The shielded pouch was working, a small victory, but a significant one. I took a deep, fortifying breath, the silver pendant burning against my chest. My heart hammered against my ribs, a primal fear coiling in my stomach. But beneath the fear, a steel resolve had hardened. I was not just a lost hiker anymore. I was a warrior. I stepped into the mine, the darkness closing in around me, complete and absolute, save for the single beam of my headlamp. The air was thick with the metallic sweet, ozonic smell and profoundly cold. The sound of my own footsteps echoed unnaturally, swallowed by the vast silence of the underground. This was it, the next layer, the deep path, and I knew with chilling certainty that the keeper was waiting. The beam of my headlamp cut a stark, solitary tunnel through the suffocating darkness of the Ravenwood mine. The air within was thick and still, heavy with the metallic sweet, ozonic smell that now represented pure dread. Each of my footsteps echoed, a hollow, unnatural sound swallowed by the cavernous silence. The silver pendant on my chest throbbed, a tangible pulse of warmth against my skin, pushing back against the whispers that grazed the edges of my hearing, soft, insidious suggestions that tugged at the frayed edges of my composure. The mine entrance, shored up by rotten timbers, quickly narrowed into a low, winding tunnel. The walls were rough-hewn rock, damp and glistening, streaked with veins of black and gray. Water dripped rhythmically from unseen crevices, splattering onto the uneven floor, each drop magnified into a resonant plink in the oppressive quiet. I kept my headlamp beam sweeping, searching for any sign, any anomaly that might betray the keeper's presence or the entity's influence. The tunnel twisted, descending deeper into the earth. The temperature dropped significantly, the air growing bone-chillingly cold. My breath plumed in white clouds before me. I could feel the malevolence here, a palpable weight in the darkness, far more potent than anything I had experienced at the Blackwood hut. This was indeed a deep path, a place where the veil was not merely thin, but torn. After perhaps 20 minutes of cautious descent, the tunnel opened abruptly into a vast, cavernous chamber. My headlamp beam struggled to pierce the immense darkness, revealing only jagged rock faces stretching upwards into an unseen ceiling. The air here was even colder, stagnant and heavy. In the center of the chamber, a faint, almost imperceptible green luminescence flickered. My heart leaped into my throat, the green eyes. I extinguished my headlamp, plunging myself into absolute darkness, relying on the faint, ambient glow to guide me. The silver pendant pulsed fiercely against my chest, a desperate warning. The luminescence was coming from a cluster of effigies, similar to those at the altar clearing, but far more numerous, arranged in a sprawling, intricate pattern across the cavern floor. Their empty eyes glowed with that same unnerving green light, creating a macabre constellation in the gloom. As my eyes adjusted, I realized the effigies weren't just arranged on the floor. They were also embedded in the walls, tucked into crevices, even hanging from unseen stalactites, suspended by thin, almost invisible threads. Hundreds of them, perhaps thousands, each with its silent, glowing eyes. This was not a mere collection. It was an army, an infestation. And in the very center of this chilling display, standing amidst the glowing figures, was a lone human silhouette. Tall, gaunt, unmoving, the keeper. He didn't move, didn't speak. He simply stood there, an anchor in the swirling malevolence, watching me. The silence was deafening, broken only by the distant drip of water and the frantic pounding of my own heart. I could feel his gaze, a cold, clinical assessment, stripping me bare. I gripped the obsidian knife, its smooth hilt a comforting weight in my sweaty palm. I swallowed, trying to find my voice. "Keeper," I called out, my voice sounding thin and reedy in the vast space. "I'm here, what do you want?" His head tilted slightly, an almost imperceptible movement. Then his voice, calm and resonating with an unnerving depth, echoed through the cavern. "Welcome, Alex, you came, as I knew you would. Such a fascinating creature, curiosity. It drives us all, doesn't it? drives us to seek out what we shouldn't, what we must. He took a slow step forward, then another, his movements fluid, almost gliding amidst the glowing effigies. They seemed to part for him, their green eyes shining brighter as he passed. You are drawn to the truth, Alex, to the deeper current of existence, just as Sila's was, just as Alara was, a rare gift, that clarity of sight, but a dangerous one. I'm not here to join you, I stated, trying to infuse my voice with defiance. I'm here to stop you, to stop whatever this is. He chuckled, a dry, rustling sound that echoed unsettlingly. Stop me, stop this. He gestured around the cavern, the glowing effigies responding with a subtle ripple of light. You speak of stopping a tide with a pebble. This is fundamental, older than your mountains, older than your species. It simply is. I merely tend to its needs, facilitate its passage. You lure people here, I accused, my voice growing stronger. You break their minds, you feed them to it, for power. For understanding, he corrected, his voice tinged with a strange, almost wistful quality. For the truth of things, power is a crude byproduct. What we offer is far more profound. A release from the illusion of your mortal lives, a communion with infinite awareness, a purpose beyond the mundane. Look at Alara. She found peace. She found belonging. She found herself truly for the first time. The mention of Alara, her seductive words in my dreams, sent a fresh shiver down my spine. He was trying to appeal to my own past desires, my initial search for purpose. Elias Vance fought it, I countered, trying to push past his insidious charm. He died trying to warn people about you. Elias was weak, the keeper dismissed, his voice hardening slightly. He clung to the old ways, the old fears. He chose oblivion over enlightenment, a pity, but every soul contributes in its own way. Even his resistance served to highlight the entity's immense power. It feeds on both acceptance and defiance. It gathers all aspects of consciousness. He stopped about 20 feet from me, surrounded by the glowing effigies. The green light pulsated, creating long, dancing shadows on the cavern walls. You have the journals, don't you, Alex? My ancestors' records, Silas's meticulous observations, Alara's eloquent descent. They are powerful artifacts, filled with knowledge. They are mine. No, I said, clutching my pack. They're warnings, and I'm going to share them. I'm going to expose you. And how will you do that? He asked, a hint of genuine amusement in his voice now. To whom will you expose me? The authorities. They will institutionalize you. Your friends, they will dismiss you. Mr. Hemlock, he is a tired old man, clinging to obsolete rituals. He understands the what perhaps, but not the why, not the magnificent inevitability. He spread his arms slowly, encompassing the glowing effigies, the vast cavern. This is the truth, Alex. The world is changing. The veil is thinning. Your civilization, your technology, your relentless pursuit of superficiality, it has created the perfect conditions. The hunger grows, and it needs us, to guide the lost, to weave the threads. As he spoke, the whispers began again, stronger this time, right at the edge of my consciousness. Not just indistinct murmurings, but fragments of words seductive and familiar. Purpose, belonging, knowledge, peace. The silver pendant grew hot against my skin, throbbing, actively fighting the mental intrusion. I pulled out the obsidian knife, holding it up, the obsidian glinting faintly in the green light. You want to know what I'm going to do? I said, my voice resolute. I'm going to cut your threads. I'm going to burn your effigies. I'm going to seal your doorways. The keeper's eyes, even in the dim light, seemed to narrow. Such aggression, such futile rage. You truly believe a trinket and a sharp stone can counter an ancient consciousness. He shook his head, a faint smile on his lips. You underestimate me. You underestimate it. Suddenly, the effigies nearest him began to move. Slowly, deliberately, their wooden limbs creaking, their glowing green eyes fixed on me. They weren't gliding like the hollow ones I'd seen, but shuffling, dragging themselves across the cavern floor, a slow, inexorable advance. They were smaller, cruder, but their intent was clear. "They are merely extensions, Alex," the keeper explained, his voice calm, almost instructional. "Each one imbued with a fragment of consciousness, a subtle will. They are drawn to you, to your intent, to the knowledge you carry." More effigies began to stir, a ripple effect spreading through the cavern. Soon, hundreds of them were slowly advancing, a silent, glowing tide of empty eyes and clawed hands converging on my position. The whispers intensified, becoming a clamoring chorus in my mind, echoing the keeper's insidious promises. I activated my headlamp, its powerful beam cutting through the green luminescence, momentarily blinding some of the closest effigies. The light seemed to briefly disorient them, their movements faltering. I threw a small pouch of cleansing herbs, a mix of dried cedar and sage, at the ground before me. As the herbs hit the rock, they sparked with a faint, ephemeral blue light, and a small, almost invisible barrier seemed to shimmer into existence. The closest effigies recoiled, their wooden forms scraping against the rock as they pulled back from the shimmering boundary. The keeper merely watched, his expression unreadable. "Cleansing herbs," he mused, his voice devoid of surprise. Mr. Hemlock's teachings, crude but effective against the lowest manifestations. A momentary reprieve, Alex, nothing more. I didn't wait. I turned and ran, plunging deeper into the vast chamber, my headlamp beam sweeping frantically for an exit, a side tunnel, anything. The glowing effigies, now fully stirred, continued their slow, relentless pursuit. Their whispers were like a physical presence, clawing at the edges of my mind. The cavern was a labyrinth of rock formations, dark crevices, and unseen drops. I scrambled over jagged rocks, slid down slick embankments, always keeping my headlamp beam moving, trying to stay ahead of the glowing tide. The obsidian knife was clutched in my hand, ready, though I still didn't know how I would use it against these unnatural constructs. I ducked into a narrow fissure in the rock, squeezing through the tight opening, my pack scraping against the rough stone. I emerged into a smaller, darker tunnel, sloping downwards. The effigies, being wider, were temporarily stalled by the narrow opening, their glowing eyes a green wall in the darkness behind me. But the keeper's voice followed me, echoing through the rock. "You cannot outrun awareness, Alex. You cannot escape perception. The threads are woven. You are already a part of the tapestry." The tunnel descended steeply, leading to another, even larger chamber. This one was different. It felt like a natural cathedral, its ceiling lost in the darkness, its walls carved with strange, geometric patterns that seemed to pulse with a faint internal light. And in the center, not an altar, but a vast, black pool of still water, its surface like polished obsidian, reflecting the eerie glow of more effigies lining its edges. My headlamp beam played across the chamber, revealing more of the geometric carvings. They weren't just patterns, they were symbols, intricate, swirling designs that seemed to shift and flow before my eyes. And as I looked closer, I realized what they were. They were identical to the symbols in Mr. Hemlock's Counterthreads journal, but reversed, inverted, subtly twisted into something sinister. These were anti-wards, designed not to protect, but to open the veil, to invite. The black pool pulsed with a deeper, more profound malevolence. The metallic sweet ozonic smell was overwhelming here, almost suffocating. My silver pendant was burning, a fiery disk against my chest, actively fighting against the raw, unbridled power emanating from the pool. Suddenly, a disturbance in the black water. Ripples spread outwards from the center, unsettling the reflections of the glowing effigies. The surface began to churn, slowly at first, then more violently. A faint, greenish light began to emanate from the depths of the pool, pulsing rhythmically, like a gigantic, unseen heart. The whispers intensified, not just in my mind, but echoing from the very walls of the cavern, a chorus of ancient, alien voices, rising in volume, growing in intensity, almost deafening. Come, cross over, embrace, witness. Then from the churning depths of the black pool, something began to rise, something vast and indistinct, a shifting mass of shadow and formless light. It was impossibly huge, filling the entire chamber with its presence. It didn't have a discernible shape, but it exuded an aura of immense, ancient hunger, a cosmic void given form. The entity. My breath hitched, my entire body locked up. This was what Silas had worshipped, what Alara had surrendered to, what Elias had fought to his last breath. This was the source of the whispers, the effigies, the lure. This was the ancient consciousness. A wave of pure, unadulterated terror washed over me, stronger than anything I had ever felt. My resolve, my training, my purpose, they all threatened to shatter under the immense, crushing presence of the entity. My mind screamed at me to flee, to simply cease to exist, to offer myself to the oblivion it promised. The keeper's voice, now closer, echoed from behind me, resonating with a triumphant satisfaction. Behold, Alex, the truth you sought, the deeper current, the heart of the mountain. It awaits, it welcomes you. I spun around, my headlamp beam sweeping wildly. The keeper stood at the entrance to the chamber, framed by the glowing tide of effigies, and with him a new presence, taller, more substantial than the effigies, yet still subtly distorted, wavering at the edges of my vision. Its eyes glowed with an unnerving green light, and its head was slightly tilted, as if in curiosity. It was a hollow one, a direct manifestation, and it looked disturbingly familiar. Its form was slender, almost ethereal, its limbs elongated. It wore remnants of what looked like old, tattered hiking clothes, and as it stepped closer, its features sharpening, I saw it. The elegant, almost graceful way it held its head, the slight tilt of its body. It was Alara Thorn, or what was left of her. A hollow one, animated by the entity, a chilling testament to her surrender. Her glowing green eyes met mine, and she smiled. A slow, serene, utterly alien smile that sent a spike of ice through my heart. Join us, Alex, Alara's voice, or a mimicry of it, whispered not from her mouth but directly into my mind. Her voice was calm, seductive, filled with a profound sense of peace. Release your struggle, find your purpose, embrace the truth. It is beautiful here. There is only peace, only understanding. The entity in the black pool pulsed brighter, its form shifting, beckoning. The whispers from the walls grew louder, filling my mind, crushing my will. My silver pendant was searing hot, almost unbearable, pushing back with all its might. But the sheer power of the entity and Alara's direct mental assault threatened to overwhelm me. I fell to my knees, clutching my head, trying to block out the insidious whispers, the seductive promises. My resolve fractured, doubt creeping in, a poisonous thought that perhaps, just perhaps, surrender was the answer. Perhaps peace was here. Then Mr. Hemlock's voice, his lessons, cut through the mental static. It thrives on doubt, on despair, on confusion. Maintain clarity. Maintain your resolve, your will, your focus. That is your greatest weapon. The entity offers purpose, Alex, but it gives only oblivion. I gritted my teeth, forcing myself to look at Alara, at her serene, alien smile. This wasn't peace. This was consumption. This was the complete erasure of self, replaced by a hollow puppet. Elias Vance had fought against this. He had suffered, but he had resisted. I would not betray his sacrifice. With a guttural cry of pure defiance, I struggled to my feet. The obsidian knife still clutched in my hand. I pulled out one of the wooden stakes Mr. Hemlock had given me, a thin, carved piece of oak designed to disrupt the veil. "No," I roared, my voice raw, straining to be heard over the rising chorus of whispers. "I won't surrender. I won't be consumed." Ilara's smile faltered, a flicker of something akin to surprise crossing her hollow features. The keeper's expression remained unreadable, but a subtle shift in his posture suggested a heightened tension. I plunged the wooden stake into a nearby geometric carving on the cavern wall, twisting it with all my strength. The wood splintered with a sharp crack, and the carving, which had pulsed with eerie light, immediately went dark. The whispers from that section of the wall abruptly ceased, creating a small pocket of silence in the overwhelming din. The entity in the black pool throbbed, its green light flaring violently. A low, guttural growl, not of words but of pure, unadulterated rage, vibrated through the chamber, rattling my bones. "Fool," the keeper's voice roared, losing its calm facade for the first time. "You defy the inevitable. You defile the sacred." Ilara, the Hollow One, lunged. She moved with impossible speed, a blur of tattered clothes and glowing green eyes, her elongated, clawed hands reaching for me. I ducked, narrowly avoiding her grasp, the obsidian knife flashing in my hand. I lashed out, not at her, but at another geometric carving on the wall, plunging the knife deep into the stone. The obsidian blade bit into the rock, scraping against the ancient symbols. As I twisted, the carving shattered, crumbling to dust. Another section of whispers died, and the entity in the pool throbbed again, its light pulsing with uncontrolled fury. The keeper roared, a sound of pure, unholy rage. "Stop him, seize him. Do not let him sever the connections." More hollow ones, indistinct forms, began to emerge from the deeper shadows of the chamber, their green eyes lighting up the gloom. They converged on me, a growing horde of silent, ethereal beings. Ilara, recovering from my attack, lunged again, her clawed hands grasping for my throat. I parried with the obsidian knife, the blade sparking against her ethereal form. It was like cutting through smoke, but the knife, imbued with Mr. Hemlock's intent, seemed to cause her a momentary disruption, a flicker in her glowing form. She recoiled, a low, guttural sound escaping her. I realized then that the Keeper's power and the entity's ability to fully manifest was directly tied to these geometric carvings, these inverted wards. They were acting as conduits, strengthening the veil's thinness, making this a true deep path. If I could disrupt enough of them, I could weaken the entity's hold, perhaps even force it to recede. But I was surrounded. The hollow ones were closing in, their green eyes burning, their whispers clawing at my mind. The Keeper, his face now contorted in a mask of primal fury, began to chant, his voice low and guttural, resonating with an ancient power. The geometric carvings that remained began to pulse brighter, the entity in the black pool growing more agitated, its light flaring. The whispers intensified, threatening to shatter my sanity. I had to be faster. I had to be precise. I spun, slashing the obsidian knife at a cluster of effigies near the pool. The blade cut through their wooden forms, but it did not destroy them. It merely disrupted them, extinguishing their green eyes, causing them to fall inert to the ground. A small victory. Then I focused on the carvings again. There were dozens of them, hundreds, etched into the walls, the floor, even the ceiling. Each one a thread, a connection. I lunged towards another cluster of carvings, plunging my wooden stakes and the obsidian knife into them, one after another, moving with a desperate, frantic energy. Each shattered carving, each severed thread, brought a fresh wave of rage from the keeper and a violent pulsation from the entity in the pool. The whispers, though still powerful, seemed to waver, their coherence breaking down. But the hollow ones were relentless. Ilara was at my heels, her hands reaching, her whispers trying to drag me back into the abyss of her false peace. I could feel other, unseen hands pulling at my clothes, tugging at my hair, trying to disarm me. The keeper's chant grew louder, more frantic, attempting to counter my efforts to reinforce the remaining connections. I knew I couldn't destroy all of them. There were too many, but I had to disrupt enough to force the entity back, to buy myself time, to escape. My strength was failing, my body screaming in protest. My head throbbed, my vision blurred at the edges, and the constant mental assault threatened to unravel my sanity. But I pushed through it, fueled by Mr. Hemlock's lessons, by Elias Vance's defiant memory, by Ilara's hollow smile. I plunged the last of my wooden stakes into a particularly large, intricate carving near the edge of the black pool. The stake sank deep, and the carving exploded in a shower of brilliant green light, followed by a deafening crack. The entire cavern shuddered. The entity in the black pool roared, a sound of unimaginable cosmic agony and rage, its green light flaring, then dimming violently. The geometric carvings that remained pulsed erratically, sputtering. The whispers broke down into an incoherent cacophony, then suddenly, mercifully ceased. Ilara, the hollow one, froze, her glowing eyes dimming, her form wavering, almost dissolving. The other hollow ones in the chamber flickered, their green light extinguishing, becoming mere shadows. The keeper's chant choked, his face a mask of shock and fury. The veil had been significantly disrupted. The connections were severed. The entity, though not defeated, had been severely weakened in this place. "You fool," the keeper shrieked, his voice raw with pure hatred. "You have undone centuries of work. You have delayed the inevitable." He lunged at me, no longer calm, no longer composed, his eyes blazing with a human rage. He was faster than I expected, driven by pure fury, his hands reaching not to lure but to kill. I reacted instinctively, swinging the obsidian knife in a wide arc. The keeper, caught off guard by my desperation, stumbled, avoiding the blade by a hair's breadth. But the momentum of my swing carried me forward, past him, towards the entrance of the chamber, the tunnel that led back to the surface. This was my chance. The entity was weakened. The hollow ones were inert. The keeper was momentarily distracted. I ran, my legs pumping, my lungs burning, not looking back. I scrambled through the tunnel, past the now inert effigies, up the winding path towards the surface. I could hear the keeper's enraged shouts echoing behind me, growing fainter, swallowed by the vastness of the mine. I burst out of the mine entrance, gasping into the cold, crisp night air. The stars were brilliant overhead, a comforting blanket of normalcy after the subterranean nightmare. The metallic sweet ozonic smell was still faintly present, but it was receding, slowly dissipating in the vastness of the forest. The silver pendant on my chest, though still warm, had ceased its frantic throbbing. I didn't stop. I ran down the overgrown logging road, my feet pounding against the earth, driven by a desperate need to put as much distance as possible between myself and the Ravenwood mine. My legs ached, my chest burned, but I pushed through the pain. I ran until I could run no more, collapsing against the trunk of a massive pine, gulping down lungfuls of clean, pine-scented air. I was safe, for now. I had faced the keeper, faced the entity, faced Alara Thorn, and I had survived. I had disrupted their plans. I had struck a blow. My hands, still trembling, clutched the journals and the photograph pulled from my pack. They were still there, the evidence, the truth. But the keeper's final words echoed in my mind. You have delayed the inevitable. And his earlier warning, the mountains are vast. The veil is thin in many places, and I am always watching, always listening. You carry the journals, yes, but they are merely reflections of a greater truth. A truth that you are only beginning to glimpse. A truth that will eventually consume you, one way or another. I looked up at the vast, silent forest stretching out in every direction beneath the endless stars. The keeper was right. This was not over. The entity was ancient, patient, and vast. I had merely severed a few threads, not cut the entire tapestry. He would simply find another place, another doorway, another collection, and he would still be watching. He would still be hunting. My true purpose, my fight against this ancient evil, had only just begun. I was no longer a lost hiker, but a warrior, a counter-thread, armed with knowledge and a desperate resolve. And I knew with a chilling certainty that this silent war would follow me wherever I went, until either I was consumed or the entity was truly, finally defeated. My escape from the Ravenwood mine was a frantic blur, a primal flight fueled by pure terror and the fading echoes of the keeper's rage. I didn't stop until the metallic sweet, ozonic smell was completely gone, replaced by the clean, sharp scent of pine and damp earth. When my Jeep finally rumbled to life, the familiar sound was a testament to the fact that the entity's power truly had its boundaries. I drove not back to Three Pines immediately, but north, further into the vastness of the Cascades, seeking a temporary sanctuary where I could process the enormity of what I had faced. I found a small, isolated cabin for rent near a quiet lake, far from any major trails or known thin grounds. It was simple, rustic, and surrounded by clear, untainted wilderness. Here, in the quiet solitude, I began to truly understand the weight of the war I was now a part of. The journals Alara's, Elia's, and Mr. Hemlock's family archive became my constant companions. I reread them, not just for information, but for strength. Alara's chilling descent into willing servitude, Elia's courageous, agonizing resistance, and the centuries of quiet vigilance from the Hemlock line. They were proof not just of the entity's power, but of humanity's capacity to both fall and to fight. Mr. Hemlock's silver pendant and obsidian knife became extensions of myself. I practiced the warding chants he'd taught me, feeling the subtle shifts in the air, the grounding power they invoked. I began to sense the whispers even when they weren't directed at me, a faint static in the background of my thoughts, proof that the entity was always there, always watching, always seeking. The keeper's words, "You are its most effective herald yet," haunted me, twisting my purpose. I had to be a herald of warning, not an invitation. After a week of intense study and reflection, I called Mr. Hemlock. His voice, when he answered, was filled with a palpable relief. "Alex, I feared, I felt the disruption. The mind, you succeeded, didn't you?" "I disrupted it," I confirmed, my voice hoarse. "But the keeper, he's still out there. And the entity, it's ancient, Mr. Hemlock. It's bigger than I could have imagined." "Of course," he said, his voice grave. "It is a force of nature, Alex, a geological and spiritual anomaly. You cannot destroy a mountain, but you can reroute its rivers. You can make it harder for it to break through the surface." "I think I understand now," I told him. "The entity thrives on consciousness, on attention. The keeper wants to spread its story, to make more people aware, to turn them into willing or unwilling sacrifices. And the journals are its nourishment, its blueprint, its invitation. Precisely, Mr. Hemlock confirmed. And your story, your unique path of resistance, is now a powerful counterthread. You faced its lures, its servants, its keeper, and you broke free. That is a testament to human will, Alex, a powerful ward in itself. So what's next? I asked, a fierce determination hardening my voice. The keeper will be trying to rebuild, to find another deep path. We need to be ready. He will be, yes, Mr. Hemlock agreed, but he will be cautious now. You have shown him that defiance is possible, that his inevitable is not so absolute, and you have revealed yourself as a formidable opponent. He will not underestimate you again. We devised a plan. Mr. Hemlock, from his sanctuary in Three Pines, would continue to pore over his family's archives, cross-referencing my experiences with centuries of their observations. He would refine the wards, track the subtle shifts in the veil, and act as my eyes and ears for new patterns of activity. My role was more active. I would become a watcher in the deep, as Mr. Hemlock termed it. I would use the knowledge gleaned from the journals, from my own experience, and from Mr. Hemlock's guidance to seek out new potential thin grounds, places where the keeper might attempt to establish new doorways. My mission was to identify these sites, discreetly observe them, and if necessary, use the tools and knowledge Mr. Hemlock had given me to disrupt the emerging threads before they could become fully woven. You will not go in guns blazing, Alex, Mr. Hemlock emphasized during one of our calls. That is the keeper's way, the way of aggressive expansion. Our way is subtle. Our victory is in prevention, in turning people away before they even realize they are being lured, in severing connections before they are fully formed, in making the entities work harder, slower, more frustrating. We starve it of its nourishment. My first mission took me to a remote section of the Olympic Mountains, far from the Cascades, a place Mr. Hemlock's journals vaguely referenced as a sleeping doorway. It was an arduous trek, deep into an ancient primeval forest, where the mist clung to the colossal trees like ghostly shrouds. The metallic sweet scent was faint here, but discernible, a subtle promise of a thin ground. I found it a small, almost swallowed-up cave entrance, partially obscured by moss and ferns. Inside, the air was heavy, the whispers barely audible, a faint hum beneath the silence. There were no effigies, no altar, no obvious signs of the keeper's recent presence, but a few crudely carved symbols, similar to the keeper's inverted wards, were etched into the rock face near the mouth of the cave. New, fresh. I understood the keeper had been here. He was testing the waters, preparing a new site, following his adapted strategy after the disruption at Ravenwood. I spent hours methodically applying Mr. Hemlock's teachings. I cleansed the cave entrance with burning herbs, its smoke coiling and dissipating with unnatural speed. I used the obsidian knife to carve intricate counterwards over the keeper's symbols, transforming them, neutralizing their intent. I drove wooden stakes, imbued with protective energy, into the earth around the cave, creating a subtle, invisible barrier. It was painstaking, exhausting work, but as I finished, the oppressive atmosphere in the cave seemed to lift, the whispers fading into an almost imperceptible murmur. The metallic sweet scent receded. It was a small victory, but it was a victory. I had identified a new threat and neutralized it before it could take root. This became my new life. Days were spent hiking, tracking, observing. Nights were for journaling, documenting my findings, sketching new symbols I encountered, noting the subtle shifts in the veil. I sent regular, encrypted reports to Mr. Hemlock, and he in turn provided new insights, new locations to investigate, new wards to master. The dreams never truly stopped, but they changed. The keeper's voice still tried to lure me, to convince me of the futility of my fight, of the inevitable triumph of the entity. But his voice now held a subtle undercurrent of frustration, of genuine annoyance. And in my dreams, Ilara Thorne's hollow smile no longer seemed serene. It seemed to flicker, her green eyes holding a faint, fleeting shadow of regret. Elias Vance, though still defiant, appeared less tormented, his spectral form seeming to nod in silent encouragement. I learned to live with the constant vigilance, the awareness of the unseen war. My old life, the desire for a simple, isolated trek, felt like a lifetime ago. That Alex, full of naive confidence, was long gone. In his place was someone harder, wiser, profoundly changed, but with a clear purpose. The fight was far from over. I knew that. The entity was an ancient hunger, woven into the very fabric of the land. The keeper was persistent, cunning, and powerful. There would be more confrontations, more close calls, more moments where my will would be tested to its breaking point. But I was no longer lost. I had found my direction, my new path. I was a counterthread in the tapestry of dread, weaving patterns of resistance, of warning, of defiant human will. And I would keep fighting, not to destroy the unkillable, but to protect the vulnerable, to starve the hunger, to keep the veil thick. My journey into the deep had transformed me, and in the heart of that terrifying truth, I found a purpose more profound than any peace I had ever sought. And that, I realized, was a true beginning.